And I kept watching. Hey, welcome as the live stream is underway. I was surprised they didn't do more to. I thought there would be a big hook to tune in Friday, and I didn't feel like there was. Like I kept thinking they were going to, and I know they have matches announced and all that stuff, but I kept thinking that there was going to be this big hook for everybody to tune in on Friday. But I guess the buzz is already there, so yeah, no, for sure. And they put the graphic up and they're teasing the show, and it's CM Punk. See, you hear it in the background, like CM Punk, CM Punk. We'll see. Did you see the Jericho entrance? The Jericho entrance was awesome. Welcome everybody. What's good? Dave Garcia, man, fantastic work over there with that house show graphic, man. I cannot wait to debut that joint, man. That is awesome, awesome, awesome. Well done. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you for creating something for the shows within the shows. I'm going to even create I want to take the graphics that you made and create like a cover tile for our YouTube videos, using those two graphics, man, because I think those are just great work. I wish I knew how to do that stuff, man. It's so good. Ramsey, what's happening, baby? Little League World Series. All right, I expect you to be on top of stuff like that. King Voss, what it do, baby? See you in here, Manny. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Warren, what's good? Well, David, what's happening, Dr. David? Yes, indeed. Ho Shui, what's happening, fam? Patrick Garvin. What's up, Patrick? I saw Cole kind of jump past Cole there. Hey, Cheryl and B More, what it do? What it do? What's up, Cole? There you are. Chiron, what's happening? Show starts in 2 minutes. Yeah, man, holding up. How y'all ears holding up? Just listening to me talk for not really 4 hours. I really rely on Kyle, that first segment, to give me a chance to breathe. That's why I always put baseball in that first segment, because I know he'll go hard today. I know he'll go hard at baseball, and it's like, all right, give me a chance to breathe. Oh, this is just a Nike long sleeve tee. That's all it is. It's one of those Nike. I think it's Peace, Love, and Basketball. But yeah, long sleeve tee from Nike. Yeah, I saw that. Pop up. I don't know what to do with it, guys. Sorry. I know it's big news. I don't know what to do with it. I know my man's probably going crazy wanting to get on here and talk about it. And I thought the Pacquiao fight got called off. That fight's still happening on Saturday? Oh, he's fighting a replacement. Okay. Will Z, what's happening, baby? Coach. What's up, Coach Molly? Ryan, what's happening, brother? Welcome. What else we got in here? Robinson, what's happening? Oh, funny that you ask. I tried today. And he's still not allowed. He's still not allowed on. He still has some commercials running over with the bad guys. So I had a text exchange with him about an hour ago. Yeah, he can't. It'll happen, just not yet. But I did try. I tried to get that to happen today. Oh, I assure you, I absolutely will. Showtime, baby. Loved ones, what's good? Welcome in here to the Thursday, August 19th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling, and no Kenny Caraway. Kenny's at the house, taking some time off, undoubtedly getting excited for a big weekend of boxing or something like that. KC will be back on Monday, though. Kyle Madsen will be with me for the second half of today's show, as he has been all this week. Deuce and Mo will join me for their regularly scheduled program coming up at 1:47. Excited to talk to those guys and curious what they're what their next couple of weeks is going to look like. Now, it's not going to be too long that we're going to be without Kings basketball, and I'll tell you all about that here in a heartbeat. You can check out the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. That's where you can watch the show, and it is a great way to take part in the show. It's a great way to have an instant reaction, to jump in the chat and join this wonderful community that we have built over there on Twitch and YouTube, our own little crew that hangs out and oftentimes are discussing heated topics that are happening here on the show. And oftentimes they're arguing about stuff that has nothing to do with what's happening on the show. But it's a great way to take part in the conversation, as is the phone line, the old school phone line, 916-349-1320, if you want to connect on anything that we are talking about here today. And there is definitely plenty to talk about. We'll start ramping up our football conversations as the quarterback battles take center stage once again tonight. Mac Jones and Cam Newton. And remember, now there's only 3 preseason football games, so we may very well know tomorrow who's going to be the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots. And if it's not Cam Newton, what happens next for Cam? A lot of other quarterback battles out there that we could talk about as well. But let's start with the preseason schedule being announced and a couple of Kings-related topics I want to talk about. For those who weren't with us yesterday, I thought Kyle asked James Ham a pretty interesting question right near the end of our James Ham hour, and I want to run that Q&A back for you here in just a heartbeat. But the preseason schedule was announced. The first preseason game is against the Phoenix Suns at the Golden One Center on Monday, October 4th. Friendly reminder for those who lose track of time, much like I do. It's August 19th. So I don't have the exact day, but we do a little math here. October 4th. I mean, you've got to think training camp starts, at the very least a week before that, which means we're probably 4 or 5, maybe 6 weeks at the most from training camp getting underway and the next NBA season getting started. But preseason opens up at the Golden One Center against the defending Western Conference champion, the Phoenix Suns. They'll take on the Los Angeles Clippers 2 days later at the Staples Center. Then they'll take on the Portland Trailblazers in Portland on October 11th. And then, as we all found out for reasons known to absolutely no one, I believe it was on draft day, the Lakers decided, hey, here's our preseason schedule. And the final preseason game will be against the Los Angeles Lakers at the Golden One Center on Thursday, October 14th. Again, it's just amazing. Summer League ended, 2 days ago, and we're gearing up for another season. And there's so many questions, so many things to talk about, so many things to be excited about, so many things to be concerned about. We're waiting now. Are the Kings done? Is it over? Like, is that it? So we're just running Buddy back out there. We're just running Marvin Bagley back out there. And, I know, we get past the draft. It doesn't mean trades can't be made. We get past the first 2 or 3 days of free agency. That doesn't mean free agents are done signing or trades are done being made. We're used to stuff happening in a flurry. That doesn't mean stuff is done. Like, a trade could happen today. That'd be convenient. Trade could happen on Sunday. Trade could happen at any time. Or maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. But that's one of the biggest unanswered questions heading into the upcoming season. Or that's one of the biggest questions we have. Is Buddy Hield going to start the season with the team? Is Marvin Bagley going to start the season with the team? We wanted Rashawn Holmes back. We wanted Rashawn Holmes back for the right price. Well, we got it. Cool. Terrence Davis, we liked him. Mo Harkless liked him. Cool. Got all those guys. I don't think anybody saw the Tristan Thompson, DeLon Wright deal happening, but hey, it happened. Is Buddy Hield going to be a king at the start of the season? Is Marvin Bagley going to be a king at the start of the season? Are we just going to have this trade cloud hanging over their head until February? Those are certainly big questions. What type of impact will Davion Mitchell have on this team? What will we see when training camp gets underway, when this first preseason game takes place on October 4th against the Phoenix Suns? Are we going to see that same defensive intensity that we saw through 5 games in Summer League? Hell, we even saw it a little bit, not as much, the California Classic, but we really saw Bobby Jackson and that group establish it during Summer League in Las Vegas. But it feels like this team will come and go. This team will go as far as De'Aaron Fox will take them. And De'Aaron is the guy. That's not debatable. It's not a question. There's some interesting questions to be had, though, as it pertains to De'Aaron Fox, because I'm old enough to remember. Some of you might not. If you could think back, and you're some of you really gonna have to work to do this. Remember a long, long time ago when the Sacramento Kings selected Marvin Bagley at number 2. And for like 2 off seasons, all we talked about were the salary cap gymnastics that a guy like Ken Cantanella was going to have to orchestrate in order to sign De'Aaron Fox to a max contract extension and to sign Marvin Bagley to a max contract extension. Remember that? Remember when we thought the Sacramento Kings didn't have one guy, but 2? Remember when we thought the Sacramento Kings had cornerstones of the franchise instead of a cornerstone? Remember when we thought there were pillars and not a pillar? I look around the league and I think there are other teams out there that have perfect example. Perfect example is Cleveland. Cleveland landed the trade that got them Jared Allen. It was clear that they wanted him around. They were going to keep him. They were going to pay him, big money. He was going to be a guy there. He was going to be their guy there. And I think it called into question what exactly Colin Sexton was to them. Colin Sexton is a very, very good ball player. And we learned this offseason that, well, let me rephrase that. It was reported this offseason, whether accurate or not, and Colin Sexton still doesn't have a rookie extension, or still, he hasn't hit he hasn't signed his second contract yet. There was some question as to whether Cleveland was willing to pay him the max. There was some question as to whether Cleveland was willing to move on from him. Again, Colin Sexton, very, very good. But is he the guy? And I think the fact that they have another guy there, it allowed them to question Colin Sexton a little bit. There's no other guy here. It's clearly De'Aaron Fox. Now, what, time will tell what Tyrese Halliburton shapes out to be, what Davion Mitchell shapes out to be, what other types of moves Monty McNair makes, all of that stuff. All of that stuff those stories will be told in time. But right now, today, on August 19th, on the heels of the second Summer League championship, the Kings got a guy, and it's De'Aaron Fox. We saw De'Aaron somehow hit another gear in the middle of last season. We saw him increase his scoring as the season started, and it's like, okay, it's a more aggressive De'Aaron Fox. We want to see him hit a little, hit a higher clip of his free throws, but this is kind of what you hope. It's kind of what you want. It's what you want to see out of him. All right, there's some growth there. And then all of a sudden, the second half of the season gets here, or right around the second half of the season, and he starts to just explode. Like, oh, wow, now De'Aaron's got an in-season gear. He doesn't have an off-season gear. There were no reports that De'Aaron Fox gained 8 pounds of muscle during the season. He hit the switch as games were being played, improved his free throw percentage, became an even more aggressive scorer. And we saw that season end, or, his season end prematurely, unfortunately, but we saw it end knowing definitively De'Aaron Fox is the guy for the Sacramento Kings. And we knew that the second Monty McNair took the job. Maybe not the exact second, but we certainly found out when his first order of business was to re-sign De'Aaron Fox to a rookie max extension. There was no question there, despite the fact that the Sacramento Kings were bad. There was no question there that they were building around De'Aaron Fox. It's not a question that Monty McNair or any other general manager of the Sacramento Kings can afford to ask. If you're Cleveland, okay, I guess you can afford to ask the question if Colin Sexton is the guy. And there were reports yesterday that, there could be an extension on the horizon for Colin Sexton. And, it might not be that rookie max, which apparently is what gives it's what's giving Cleveland pause for whatever reason. Okay. I think it's better suited. It's in their best interest to answer the question like, yes, Colin Sexton is our guy and we need to build around Sexton and Jared Allen. But there was no question here. There were no reports floated out there. There was none of that. De'Aaron Fox, I'm the new general manager here, and my first order of business is to make sure you're a Sacramento King for a very, very long time. But when you look at De'Aaron compared to some of his other contemporaries in the league, I mentioned Colin Sexton, and I mentioned Sexton specifically for a reason. And I'll tell you what that reason is here in just a few minutes. But there's a couple of other guys we got to talk about as well, because I think there are different tiers of contemporaries for De'Aaron Fox. Donovan Mitchell is one. Jason Tatum is one. Obviously, there's Luka, there's Trey, there's Devin Booker. Devin Booker would have been in the category with Colin Sexton and De'Aaron Fox if it wasn't for Chris Paul. Again, I'll explain what all that means. And Kyle asked James Ham yesterday if he thought De'Aaron Fox could be a number one guy on a championship contender. You'll hear what James Ham had to say about that, and it was really the impetus behind this entire thought I'm having about De'Aaron. We'll dive into that if you want to take part in the conversation. Twitch, YouTube, great ways to do it, as are the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Put your feet up. We're just getting started. We got WWE tickets coming your way as well here on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I got you. That's the right clip. I'll set it up, going into it. So that's perfect. What's going on in here? Ty's the next Tatum? Tyrese? Is that what that means? Tyrese is that. Oh, okay. Okay. Whoa. Sam. For real? I'm following you. Sometimes it's a little tough to catch up, but I'm following you here. Tyrese, I love Tyrese. Oh, wait, you got Tyrese better than De'Aaron Fox and Jason Tatum. Oh, mark my words. Oh. Okay. All right, Sam. I like the conviction. I think you're wrong. I would be thrilled if you were right. But I think you might be a little off there. And that Tatum take, boy. Ooh. Okay. As Frankly Floyd says, your words are marked. I never really know what that means. Like, how do we mark your words? Okay, now you're trolling. Stop it. Oh, you okay. I do too. Like, I think Tatum's ceiling is the roof. But man, that's a boy. Sorry, I was flustered by that. I was wow, there's a lot happening here. This is true. Tyrese's defense is legit. No question about that. No question about that. I believe in you, Kyle. I do. I believe in you the way Sam believes in. Okay, now, all right, Sam. Look what you did. Here we are. What time is it? 15 minutes in. 15 minutes in, and the chat has been. I feel like Sam is kicking back, like mission accomplished. Okay. Yeah, I didn't change them. We're doing the same time we always do. Okay, Poker Pro. I see ya. The Dallas Mavericks are hiring Christy Tolliver as an assistant coach. Christy was an assistant in Washington for a while, sort of. Ugh. I mean, she was. I don't mean to say sort of, just WNBA, man. I don't know. Oh, Rob, that's not true. Your wife loves you. But that you might be right, though, because Sam really loves Tyrese. So you might be onto something there. I don't know that anybody loves me as much as Sam loves Tyrese. See, all you have to do is just give Poker Pro like a little nudge, and he's off and running. It's Poker Pro Eric now for the next 4 hours. Boy, Sam, you started a conversation over here. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, man, that's a solid point. That's a solid point, Roddy. I think you might be onto something.
Okay, Lake Show.
All right, here we go. Show coming back. Chat's already in rare form here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 in youtube.com/ESPN1320. We opened up talking about De'Aaron Fox, and it actually started with a question. We were wrapping up our conversation with James Ham yesterday. James Ham, of course, joins us every Wednesday in the 3:00 hour for just an extended conversation about everything related to the Sacramento Kings. If you missed yesterday's conversations, it's along with Deuce and Mo today. It's one of the best. It's one of the best hours of the week for sure. And we isolate the interview. We have a James Ham playlist over on YouTube. The interviews are separated on the Odyssey app if you want to download the D'Lo and Casey podcast or wherever you get podcasts from, whether it's Apple, Spotify, whatever it may be. But James Ham's conversations on the Kings are always worth listening to because there are a few people, if any at all, that are more in tune with that team than James Ham is. And right at the end, we were having a conversation about De'Aaron Fox, and right at the end, Kyle asked him, could De'Aaron Fox be the number one guy on a championship team? And here's what James Ham said.
I mean, maybe we're going to have to see how good De'Aaron Fox is when he's at his peak, because he's 23 years old. Until he's 25, 26, then I'm not going to say no. I mean, what did it take Michael Jordan 8 years to win a championship?
Right. Yeah.
So we're ready to judge De'Aaron after 4 and say whether he's the number one option or not. And I'm not saying Michael Jordan was the number one option, the day he stepped foot in the gym in Chicago. But at the same time, yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Is De'Aaron a prototypical number one? I'm not ready to say that yet. He's a 1A or a 1B for sure right now, but again, he's 23 years old.
Right.
Let's see where he ends up. Let's not make that commitment now, because again, Steph Curry after 4 seasons, Russell Westbrook after Russell Westbrook and him pace almost identical for the first 4 years of their career. So I want to see what De'Aaron is at 25.
That was the line that really got my attention last night. That was the line that really got me thinking about Kyle's question and thinking about De'Aaron Fox and kind of how he places out in the rest of the league with some of these guys. Because you heard what he said. He mentioned Steph. And Steph is obvious, Steph is a different tier. Like Steph is alone with KD and LeBron and Giannis probably. That's there's no Those 4 are by themselves, and then there's everybody else. But he mentioned Russell Westbrook, and Russell Westbrook is my guy. So much so it's become a bit on the show. So much so it's written into the open of the show. Yeah, I still love Russell Westbrook. So what? But it was that line that caught my attention because I started thinking about Russ as it pertains to championships. And one of the great pains in my side is the fact that Russell Westbrook doesn't have a championship. And even if he gets one this year, and I have serious skepticism as to whether he will. But even if he were to get one this year, Russ isn't the best player on the Los Angeles Lakers. No matter what he does this year, even if he averages a triple-double, even if he does Russell Westbrook thing, he won't be viewed as the best. Even if he has the best stats on the Los Angeles Lakers, he won't be viewed as the best player. He'll probably be viewed at best the third, because they'll go LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong in that thinking. If those guys, play a bulk of the season and that's how it ranks out, go with that. That's part of the reason Russell Westbrook went there. So I started thinking about it a little bit deeper. How many opportunities, like real opportunities, has Russell Westbrook had to win an NBA championship? And his best opportunity, and I feel legitimately there was one. And I didn't buy that Houston team at all. It pained me when Russell Westbrook went to Houston. I didn't buy that. But that Oklahoma City team that was up 3-1 on the Golden State Warriors, that team had a legitimate chance of winning an NBA championship. That, to me, was Russell Westbrook's most real opportunity to win an NBA championship. And he wasn't the best player on that team. And I'm a huge Russell Westbrook fan, but I know he wasn't. Kevin Durant was. Kevin Durant was the best player on that team. And so we start looking around at guys and say, okay, the best player on your team. And that's a common question that Kyle asked of De'Aaron Fox. It's just, this question was about De'Aaron Fox. It's the same question people have asked about Russell Westbrook. It's the same question people have asked about other marquee players in the league. And it's a question people are going to ask about some of De'Aaron Fox's contemporaries. Like, how do you answer the Devin Booker question today? Devin Booker was really good prior to last year. Everybody knew he was really good. As a matter of fact, Devin Booker had hit that stage where he was so good, we had started but the collective NBA media had started the let's get Devin Booker out of Phoenix campaign, because Phoenix is going to destroy his career. But Chris Paul came in and Devin Booker ascended to another level. Anybody who watched the Phoenix Suns last year, whether it's the NBA Finals, whether it's playoffs, or whether you watched them through that 82-game stretch, who was the best player on that team? Devin Booker had tremendous stats for sure. But does anybody think the best player on that team wasn't Chris Paul? You need a player to win a championship that is in rarefied NBA air. And you might need 2 of them. I mean, you look at the Lakers team that won in 2020. That was LeBron James and Anthony Davis. You look at the Milwaukee Bucks last year. It was just one. And I don't know, is Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton? This is always a loaded question, but do Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton, do they fall into the top 25 category? Are they anywhere in there? I mean, I'm comfortable saying they're top 50, but are they top 25? But the difference is Giannis, he's in the rarefied air category. He's one of those truly, truly elite guys that can lead a team to a championship. And that's a Milwaukee Bucks team that was a really well-built team. And again, you can argue about Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton and where they rank in top 25s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. But you had a player who was in that rarefied air. So what we talk about with the Kings and what we talk about with De'Aaron Fox, because it's been 15 years, we don't talk about championships here. Other teams talk about championships. Other teams talk about how you can build a championship contender. In Sacramento, we're like, yeah, can we get to the play-in game? How do we get to the 10 spot? And we know we know the bar starts low, and then it gets raised. I'll never, ever, ever, ever forget the Dave Yeager year. I'll never forget the reaction from some Kings fans. That 39-win year, as that season was closing out, and it became apparent, it was pretty clear that the Kings weren't going to make the playoffs that year. Oh, the amount of, it's okay. That's all right. Why make the 8th seed this year when you can get a lottery pick and then be the 5th seed next year? Those were real conversations. People thought during that season, as things started to dwindle away a little bit and as the pace started to slow down and the team started to catch up, oh, that's okay. The building blocks are there. We're ready to go. 5th seed. We might get the 4th seed next year. This is a 50-win team next year. Mark my words. Oh, that stuff happened daily. Daily. We were all in on the progression of that team. And of course, Dave Yeager wasn't back for one reason or another. The team took a massive step backwards. And here we are. They didn't take a step backwards last year. They didn't take a step forward either. They basically stood still. So the bar is pretty low. Yo, man, just get us to the playoffs. Can we just get us to the play-in? We want to get to the playoffs, but can we get to the play-in? Can we see a team get better? Can we see a team improve? Can we not lose 9 games in a row? Can we not have the worst defense in the league? Like, can we have an average defense? Can we maybe just have a below average defense? Not like a god-awful defense. Can you just like give us a little something? That's all we're asking for. We said this all week. A defense that isn't the worst in the league. A team that doesn't regularly lose 9 games in a row. You're 4 or 5 games better. Just with those 2 things. Hell, you could wind up being 6, 7 games better if you don't have any ridiculously catastrophic losses along the way. If you don't blow 2 games against Charlotte in spectacular fashion, you're a couple of games better. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here in the conversation. I'll let you know how you can win WWE tickets coming up here in just a minute. Let's get to my man Big Al. Big Al, what's going on, baby?
CeeLo, we've had a fractious relationship from time to time, although I respect you and wish I could do what you do had it been back in the day that we could do these kind of things, because there was no sports talk radio back in the dark ages. In any event, I love the fact that you're a Russell Westbrook fan. I loved him at UCLA. I was sad how his NBA progress has gone. Not his fault. The OKC, I thought he'd get a championship there. In any event, now he's the Lakers. But don't you think, just like it was for Kareem was number 1. Magic comes. It took Magic 4 years before he then kind of took over the mantle for that Lakers ring championship team. I can see that with Russ. I can see it. LeBron leaves in, say, 2 years. I don't think it's Anthony, because Anthony had his ops.
Yeah.
Pelicans, and that's not him. He's a great player. It's just not him, Russ will do that, though. I mean, I think he'll do that. So I think that time will come. You and I will be both happy for that.
I would be, and Al, we appreciate you, big Al. We always love hearing from you. The one concern I have about that is I feel like Russ's game can only slow down. Like Big Al mentioned, he brought up the Magic Johnson comparison, and of course Magic, they won that NBA championship his rookie year, but that's his role in that is a little bit more romanticized. Though he was spectacular, what everybody remembers is the Game 7 start without Kareem. Kareem was still very much the guy on that team. And as Big Al noted there, Magic took the mantle as the years went on. We're talking 4 years from now. I mean, I think Russ is 36 at that point? 35, 36? I don't see that. I don't see Russ being able to take over a team 3 years from now. We saw Russ take over a team when Kevin Durant left. And most of us, I think, if you recall when when Kevin Durant left, the jokes were out there. Russell Westbrook's going to average a triple-double this year. Russell Westbrook's going to have the highest usage rate of all time. Yep. He had all of those. He did all of that. That was him taking over a team. And we saw what he was able to do over the course of the next couple of years. Really through his remaining time in Oklahoma City. I hated the fit in Houston. I thought it was a disaster. I never thought the Houston thing was going to work. I never thought the pairing with James Harden was going to work. Washington was what it was. I thought what Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook were able to do to get a really, really bad Washington team, into the play-in and into the playoffs. I thought that was pretty amazing. Again, bar different, right? We're talking about De'Aaron Fox. The bar changed for Russell Westbrook. The bar went from championship aspirations to Oklahoma City with Kevin Durant to, okay, he kept the team afloat when everybody thought it was going to be trash. That's pretty spectacular. Some people, I think, did have championship thoughts with Houston. I think anybody who really thought that through knew that was far-fetched. And then, well, what can he do in Washington? Again, the bar gets lowered. The bar got lowered when Kevin Durant left. When he lost that player in that different stratosphere, the bar for him got lower. When he went to Houston and played with James Harden, some people said they could. I think most people knew. We'll see. We'll see. I doubt it. It didn't work with Chris Paul. I don't think it's going to work with Russell Westbrook. Bar got even lower with Washington. The bar for De'Aaron Fox is pretty low. Right? Get this team to the playoffs. Snap that 15-year postseason drought. But if that's where the bar is, like, think about what Russell Westbrook did this year. Again, he averaged a triple-double. But he didn't make an all-NBA team. Didn't make an all-star team. And his stats, no one cared. Russell Westbrook averaging a triple-double is essentially nothing anymore. The bar gets lower. That's where De'Aaron, now he went from a championship bar down to that bar. Now I think he's back into that championship status because he's with LeBron James now. In the Lakers, it's, any LeBron James led team, whether it's the Lakers or the Heat or the Cavs, it's championship or bust. There's nothing else for LeBron. There's nothing else for a LeBron James led team. It's championship or bust. But that's the Lakers. That's not the Kings. For the Kings, it's just make the playoffs. But when the bar is just make the playoffs, how much respect is De'Aaron Fox truly going to get around the league? Like, we were talking about Jason Tatum the other day. And Tatum, to me, with Marcus Smart signing that 4-year extension there, Jaylen Brown being there, with Kemba Walker coming and going, Gordon Hayward coming and going, Kyrie Irving, Isaiah Thomas, just a revolving door of the guy. Remember, it's easy to laugh at now. Remember how big that Gordon Hayward signed? It was a year building up to Gordon Hayward leaving Utah and signing with Boston. That was their big prized acquisition. All gone. Kyrie gone. Isaiah gone. Kemba gone. All gone. One after another, all gone. The Boston Celtics are Jason Tatum's team. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Marcus Smart. That's your core in Boston. But their aspirations aren't 36-36 like they were last year, or 41-41. It's the Boston Celtics. It's banners or nothing. If you're going to be the guy in Boston, you're measured by whether you put a banner in the rafters. Paul Pierce, the Celtic of the modern era, he got one. He got the most talked about banner in the last 20 years. And by the most talked about, I mean those guys on that 2018 won't stop talking about it. The Celtics are literally the high school football team who they've just clung to that moment of glory. Kevin Garnett had a tremendous career. Paul Pierce, tremendous. They've ostracized Ray Allen because he went and got another ring somewhere else. Oh, but you get these Celtics 2008 reunions on damn near a yearly basis. Like, it's one thing to do a 10-year reunion. Hell, if you want to get together in a few years and do a 20-year reunion, that's fine. These fools have gotten together 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Let's celebrate the 2008 Boston Celtics. For what? But that's how the Celtics are measured. Jason Tatum's bar is different than De'Aaron Fox's. When you pull up the stats, when you go to, Basketball Reference or whatever, you go to StatHead and let's put Tatum stats against De'Aaron stats. You look at them and you go, man, these players feel comparable. But Tatum, to me, and this is the year, like when we look across the league, we talked about here in Sacramento how important this season is for Luke Walton. How Monty McNair has shaped this team and Luke Walton has to step up. And of course, it's important for De'Aaron and the rest of the players. But to me, the light is shining brightest right now on Luke Walton. When this season approaches, when training camp gets here in a month, and we get through some preseason games or whatever, and we start talking about, who is the light shining really bright on this year? You're going to hear names like Luka Doncic. You're going to probably hear names like Trae Young. To me, one of the brightest lights is going to be on Jason Tatum. Is Jason Tatum a championship caliber player or not? Is this ceiling that we envision Jason Tatum has imaginary or real? And the question I would ask Kings fans is, has De'Aaron hit his ceiling? De'Aaron was really, and this is the frustrating part about De'Aaron Fox's growth, is his growth has been individual. And this is absolutely no fault of his own. De'Aaron's growth has been individual. The teams has been stuck. But you rationalize that with coaching changes, Jaeger, Luke, Vlade fired, Monty McNair comes in. He's had a bad roster. Marvin Bagley was supposed to be his Robin. He's never healthy. There's a million things that you could go through. Tatum can do those same things in Boston. Why hasn't Tatum's an all-star, by the way. And to me, you can't watch Jason Tatum and not think that dude is a superstar. Like, if I were to pick a player that I think could hit that rarefied air, if we were to open, that platinum gate that Steph and Giannis and LeBron and KD are they're in the VIP room. Tatum is a dude I think who could get there. I know Luka Doncic would be the popular pick. He'd be the popular face of the league and all these different things. And that's fine. He'll be a guy we'll discuss. But Tatum is the guy, I think, who can get into that room. Much like we saw Giannis do, I think Tatum can be that guy. But this is the year that Tatum has to prove it. The Celtics have to take a step forward as a team. And he has to get the Celtics into that championship conversation because that's how you're measured in Boston. For De'Aaron, this team has to take a step forward because now you're of the belief, and I think most of us are of the belief, the roster, even if it's not as good as we hoped it would be, even if that big swing came up with a whiff, even if Pascal Siakam was strike one and Ben Simmons was strike two and I don't know, Dame Lillard was strike three, Sabonis was strike four, pick whatever player that you wanted the Kings to target and they weren't able to get. Doesn't matter. We think that the roster is a little bit better. We're all excited about Davion Mitchell. We're excited about the growth of Tyrese Halliburton. So now this team has to take a step forward because if it doesn't, if the Sacramento Kings as a team don't move forward, well, guess every time we open The Athletic, every time we go to some article on ESPN.com talking about the top players in the league, talking about the top young players in the league, guess who's not going to be on the list? Or it's always going to be De'Aaron is good, but De'Aaron would be higher on the list if. I found something yesterday talking about the top young players in the league. First line on the write-up regarding De'Aaron Fox. His team may still be a mess, but that's no fault of De'Aaron Fox. It's going to follow him everywhere. Again, it's not De'Aaron's fault that the team is a mess. But until he gets this team to kick out of it, and he is the catalyst behind this team kicking out of this 15-year drought, he's not going to get the respect these other guys do. Jump in on the conversation, 916-349-1320. Tap into the chat house, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. A lot more to talk about in this regard. Plus, we've got your chance to see the WWE. They are going to be live at the Golden One Center October 18th, and we've got your tickets coming up. We'll let you know how you can win them next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I know that title will live forever. It has no choice. I mean, same. Just waiting. Are we keeping Doug Christie off D'Lo and Casey? You could ask that question. D'Lo, your expectations is just the playoffs for the Kings. We have to expect more from this team. Davion don't care about the past 15 years. He's a champion his entire life. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and I agree. Like, I wish I could expect more from them. And you're right. Davion doesn't care. You're 100% right. And the fact is, De'Aaron doesn't either. De'Aaron cares about the last 4 years. Same with Tyrese. Tyrese cares about the last 2 or last 1. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. Oh, good. There's that. Oh, no. I don't even know that I could. I don't even know that I could catch up with this. Oh, Murph, what is Murph doing? See what you did there. I see what you did there. Jokic and Luka too. Oh, okay, Murph. Okay, Murph. I see you. Yeah, that absolutely was going to happen. Right. Yeah, I believe that's the case. Yeah, man, leave Big Al alone. The state of LA? That's, yeah, wow. Oh. I can't go back any further. Y'all are comedy, man. Y'all are absolute comedy. It's all the usual suspects, too. For real. Wait, what'd Roddy do? Oh, no. I got to find Roddy. Oh, yep. 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 I see you, Roddy. All right. I'm not. Yep. Yep. I'm done. I can't go back anymore. Yep. I saw it. I saw it. Oh, man. Y'all are wild. Wild crew, man. Wild crew. Quarterback battles. What do we got here? I think we could talk. I got some more on this. Yeah. We know, Jimmy. We're not confident everybody pays attention to us. We genuinely believe when that statement was put out there that Ben forgot Sacramento was in California. And I think that was kind of confirmed by someone we talked to. Yeah. He just forgot Sacramento was here. Jeez, this is a good story. Y'all going to hell. Yeah, here we go. Show's resuming. WWE Raw coming back to the Golden One Center October 18th. We've got your tickets. The whole Raw crew will be here for the Monday night show, and you've got an opportunity to win coming up at the very top of the hour. 1 o'clock, we'll have a pair of tickets for you. All you got to do is be calling number 3 at 916-349-1320. Again, we'll throw you a reminder at the top of the hour, but that is going to be your chance to see WWE Raw live October 18th. At the Golden One Center. We've spent some time here this morning talking about De'Aaron Fox and some of his contemporaries in the league and how the bar for De'Aaron is to simply get to the playoffs and how I think some of that stuff impedes the way that he is looked at amongst other great young guards in the league. I used a comp to begin this show of Colin Sexton, and the reason that I did that is because Colin Sexton's a really good player. And when you look across the league and you talk about guys like Luka and Trey and, Devin Booker would have been in this category if it wasn't for, the tremendous resurgence of the Phoenix Suns last year. We talked about Jason Tatum. Donovan Mitchell is an interesting comp to have in this conversation as well. But of all those players, the only two that are on a bad team are Colin Sexton and De'Aaron Fox. And we saw the way, we saw the way that Colin Sexton was reported about this year. Now, whether there's any accuracy to that, who knows? But we know that Colin Sexton hasn't signed a rookie extension. There were reports that he looks like, that may get done with Cleveland and it might not take the rookie max. Okay. So they I don't know if it was pinching pennies. I don't know if they didn't think it was worth it. I'm not really sure what Cleveland's state of mind is with Colin Sexton. But he is another really good player who's on a really bad team. But Cleveland has Jarrett Allen now. And they may see Jarrett Allen, and by all appearances, because Jarrett Allen got his extension, they may see him as their building block of the future. They may see him as the guy they're building around moving forward, that everything that they do centers around him. If Colin Sexton could be a part of that, dope. but we're not going to kill ourselves financially to make sure that he is. That's the big difference between Sexton and De'Aaron Fox. There are no questions to be asked about De'Aaron Fox. There are no questions to be asked about the Sacramento Kings and what De'Aaron Fox's place is on the Sacramento Kings. He's the guy. Pay him like the guy. The only other note that you'll constantly see when national media analyze De'Aaron Fox is, his jumper not good enough. He doesn't hit threes. Like, again, look at some of these names that we're talking about: Devin Booker, Trae Young, Luka Doncic. Those guys are a highlight reel from behind the three-point arc. Donovan Mitchell, we remember that electric stretch in the bubble. Hell, I don't even think I mentioned Jamal Murray yet. Jamal Murray's in this same conversation. Remember the Donovan Mitchell versus Jamal Murray playoff series where them dudes were dueling 50 points? Oh, they're highlight reels behind the arc. De'Aaron's not that. And that's going to constantly get pointed out. Oh, De'Aaron's got to improve. De'Aaron's got to improve that shot. De'Aaron's got to improve his free throw shooting. De'Aaron's got to improve his three-point shooting. He's got to get better at this. If he ever develops ... because you can insert a couple of things there. If De'Aaron ever ... Again, this is a guy who averaged, I think, the final not the final stretch of the season, but the final stretch of the season in which he played, they averaging like 27 points per game. Like that's elite. Like that's up there. And we all believe that he shot better. You know, his free throw percentage went up from the first half of the season to the second half of the season. We all believe if De'Aaron was a better free throw shooter, I think James Ham said this yesterday. If he, improved his free throw percentage, I think it was around, if it got, I think he said around the 78% mark, it would improve his points per game by 0.7, which would put him above Trae Young. It will put him above some of these other young guys that we see as elite scorers. Just this isn't a three-point shot. This isn't getting more aggressive on the offensive end. There's none of that. This is just at the free throw line. And I know Davion Mitchell talking about holding everybody accountable. Well, can we get someone in that gym who holds them all accountable for their free throw shooting? Because if Davion Mitchell if he's getting to the rack and regularly shooting poorly from the free throw line, this is going to be a frustrating season. Because there's going to be games where he's going to have to hit those. There's going to be a lot of games where he's going to have to hit those. I don't want to do another season where the Sacramento Kings are regularly shooting like 57% from the free throw line, wondering why they lost that game by like 3 points, 4 points, but missed 14 free throws. I don't really want to deal with that again. And I don't know what it takes to get better at the free throw line. You hear these stories all the time about poor free throw shooters in an empty gym. I'm sure this could be said for Ben Simmons as well. I'm sure it can be said for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Shoot, we saw what Giannis Antetokounmpo did in the biggest game of his life from the foul line. Used to hear this about Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal, you go 18 to 20 after practice. He go 18 to 20 before practice. But he get in a game and it all hits a little bit different. The fatigue is different. The sweat's different. The noise is different. It's all different. We need these guys to get better at the free throw line. But De'Aaron gets better at the free throw line. All of a sudden, like, how do you deny De'Aaron Fox if he's the top 5 scorer in the league? Well, it's easy if the team doesn't make the playoffs. We're talking about expectations, like expectations for De'Aaron Fox. What about, I mentioned Jason Tatum, Boston Celtics. That's a banner organization. That's it. It's not, hey, we've got to snap a playoff drought. It's not, hey, we've got to show increments of improvement. Nope. Brad Stevens missed the playoffs, his first and second year? Didn't miss the playoffs the rest of the time he was coaching? Oh, Brad's overrated. It's because the measurement in Boston is championships. Nothing else. Not playoffs, not improvement, not development. In Boston, it's championship. So for Jason Tatum, it's a championship. What is it for Donovan Mitchell? Because I asked Kyle Madsen, who's going to join us in the second half of the show again today, who is the true favorite? Like, I was like, hey, you gotta. I'm not saying the Warriors are the favorite. I think in Las Vegas, they're the second, the behind the Lakers, they're the second best betting favorite. Jazz are a little bit later. It's like, I don't know, Utah. Is anybody picking Utah to come out of the Western Conference? Anybody really believe that they're going to do it? And is Donovan Mitchell going to be the guy? Are the expectations for Donovan Mitchell, who's a really, really good player, are the expectations for him to lead his team to an NBA championship? And think about this. This isn't a team dragging themselves out of like the depths of a decade and a half long playoff drought. This isn't a team that, drafted in the high lottery one time. They landed Donovan Mitchell and he turned everything around. That he walked into a good situation. Good. He walked into a decent situation. They've built a good team around him. They've always been a solid organization and basketball-wise. So what were Donovan Mitchell's expectations, especially when you consider what he was taking? What was he taking? 13th? He's taking later than that. But he wasn't taking 1. He wasn't taking top 5. What were the expectations for Donovan Mitchell? And have the expectations changed? Donovan's already really good. I don't feel like there's any expectations on Donovan Mitchell. I don't feel like anybody's looking at Donovan Mitchell like, oh, if he doesn't win a championship, what a disappointment. Has Donovan Mitchell reached his ceiling? And again, I think sometimes when we say, has this player reached their ceiling, it means, oh, they're not any good. Or this is as good as they're going to get. Well, that I'm genuinely asking, is that the case with Donovan Mitchell? Again, he's really, really good. Is this as good as he's going to get? Again, if this is how good Donovan Mitchell is, he's going to have a great pro career. But is he getting any better? Like I said with Jason Tatum has to get better. Jason Tatum, who's already really good, in order for the Celtics to do with it, he's got to emerge as a bigger superstar. He's got to knock on that gate to get into that VIP room with KD and LeBron and Steph and Giannis. But does anybody think Donovan's going to do that? Because I feel like you look at Donovan Mitchell and you're like, oh, yeah, no, he's really good. He's exciting. He can put up points. He can do all these different things. He's a fun guy. He's exciting. He can dunk. He do all this great stuff. Even Donovan's been in the league long. He's not looked at like Luka. So Luka's expectations are going to change now. Because we had all of that, all of the turmoil, all of those reports that came from The Athletic about that Dallas Mavericks squad. We saw all of that stuff, and then we saw resignations, we saw firings, and then we saw a contract extension. So Luka got a deal that no player before him of his age has ever gotten. And with that, with a change in salary, with a change in tax bracket, comes a change in expectations. All of that behavior from Donovan Mitchell in games that they lose, it's not going to be cute anymore. It's not going to be cute to the Dallas Mavericks fans. Maybe it'll be cute to the national media. I don't really know. But when you put that type of contract on a player, when you make those type of concessions for a player, when you move on from general managers and you move on from coaches who have been there a very long time, you're doing it with the expectation of a championship and a championship only. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. I'm so happy that you are here today. No Kenny Caraway. He will be back next week. Deuce and Mo are going to join me coming up in about 45 minutes or so. Kyle Madsen will join me a little bit over an hour from now, and we have got your tickets to see WWE Raw on October 18th at the Golden One Center. We've got those for you right now. Call it number 3 at 349-1320. I feel like I'm at KSFM all over again. We've got your tickets. Be caller number 3 right now. 916-349-1320. We'll get you in the house to see WWE Raw live at the Golden One Center. Here's the latest from the baby. That's awful. I can't imagine introducing a song by a dude called the baby. I had a hard time when I left FM radio in 2008. Like I had already thought, like I saw the writing on the wall. This stuff that's coming out now is trash. Like it is absolute trash. I think I need to find something else to do with my life. I was 28 years old when I left FM. This is a true story. I was 28 years old when I left FM radio because I thought I was too old to be on KSFM. I was like, I don't need to be at clubs. I don't need to be at these parties. I'm too old for this. I'm not going to be that guy. And yeah, here we are all these years later, and I still listen to that same stuff. You can listen to some great music as well on the Odyssey app, where many of you are listening to us right now. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. As I was saying, Luka Doncic expectations now are championship. Like this is a team that's lost in, the first round of the playoffs and the times that they've made the playoffs. And the microscope under him is going to be different. I told you I thought this was going to happen with De'Aaron Fox, and it did to a certain degree. Oh, De'Aaron. Man, is De'Aaron a $190 million guy? We stop measuring guys by what they're doing on the floor, and we start measuring them by what they're doing on the floor versus what they're making. And I'm not saying that that's an outrageous practice in the world of sports. That's what we do as fans. The dynamic around Buddy Hield changed completely because he didn't live up to the contract he got. And I don't know that he could have lived up to it. But I guess you look around at the market rate for a shooter. That's the going rate. Are those guys going to be able to live up to it? I'd argue Buddy didn't. Will other players in the league be able to do it? It's different when you hit that contract. I wonder if things are going to be different for Rashawn Holmes. Now, Rashawn is different in the sense of he signed what essentially turned out to be a prove it deal. And I don't know that anybody was putting Rashawn's out there to prove anything. I think people thought he would just be a fine acquisition. I think that front office group thought he would be a fine acquisition to backing up Dwayne Dedmon and going on from there. Learned 4 games into the season, and credit to Luke Walton for recognizing, okay, this Dwayne Dedmon thing ain't going to work. So let's put Rashawn Holmes in the starting lineup. He's killed it for the first, handful of games. Let's make him the starter. And we saw what he was able to do over the course of the next 2 years, and he wasn't overpaid. He's making more money than he did the previous 2 years. About twice as much. He's not making an outrageous contract. There was no overpayment. There's nothing that should make any Sacramento Kings fans nervous, but he is making more than he did last year. So if Rashawn Holmes were to get hurt this season, if Rashawn Holmes were to have a shoulder injury, if Rashawn Holmes were to miss 2-3 weeks, something like that at a time, is it looked at differently now that he makes $11 million versus when he made $5 million? Is it looked at differently now that Rashawn Holmes is a core guy versus a nice little addition that we hope we're able to keep when his contract is up? It's part of what we do. It's part of what we do as fans. We measure the talent versus the contract. Contract influences expectations. There are people who look at how close this team is to the salary cap, how close the Sacramento Kings team is to the salary cap, and they scratch their head like, wait, what? Y'all ain't been to the playoff for 15 years, and that's how much money y'all are spending? Y'all got 20 and some change invested in Harrison Barnes, 20 and some change invested in Buddy Hield. You got all this money invested in De'Aaron Fox. The clock has now started on Tyrese Halliburton. Man, y'all gave Rashawn Holmes how much? Huh. people are going to look at this, man. That's a playoff salary cap. That's definitely a playoff salary number. Expectations evolve. Luka is now firmly in the championship expectation conversation. Now, whether Dallas is actually a championship contender, that's another story. That's another conversation entirely. But Luka's expected to be a championship level player. What about Trey? Trey got that money. Oh, everybody loved the Atlanta Hawks this year. Are the Atlanta Hawks? You know, everybody keeps asking, are the Phoenix Suns going to do what they did last year? Phoenix is essentially, and perhaps rightfully, they're running it back. Was that lightning in a bottle with them last year? Was that a once-in-a-lifetime experience with Chris Paul? No, I can answer that now definitively. No, it wasn't. Chris Paul has done that everywhere he's ever been. He's made a team better. So Phoenix is going to be a whole lot closer to where they were last year than where they were the year before or years prior. Phoenix is going to be really good. How good will they be, though? Does Chris Paul have championship expectations? I think we all looked at Chris Paul as like him winning a championship this year with Phoenix. That'd be a bonus. Because as someone said, and I can't remember who said it, he's certified already. It's probably Devin Booker. I'm DeAndre Ayton. I don't remember who it was. No, he's certified. He don't need a championship. He good. It was a bonus if Chris Paul got one. But what about Booker? What are the expectations for Devin Booker? Like, is it okay for Chris Paul to be the best player on the Phoenix Suns again? Does Devin Booker have to reemerge as the best player on the Phoenix Suns? Does he have to take over this team? Is that how he's measured anymore? Is Devin Booker certified? Did that run last year stamp Devin Booker? Is he good? Because you look around, I mean, the Trace, that was cool. What the Atlanta Hawks did, it was good. But if I had to pick one to run it back and one to fall back, I'm picking Phoenix to run it back and Atlanta to fall back. Now, that's my own ignorance and pride getting in the way of sound judgment, as I didn't believe in what Atlanta was doing at the beginning of the year. I believed in them when Nate McMillan took over. I admitted I was wrong about them as the season went along, and now I guess I'm just back to being wrong about Atlanta. But that's just the team that I can wrap my brain more around Nate McMillan than I can that Atlanta Hawks team. They're dynamic for sure. But are the expectations for Trae Young a championship? Like, he's made the playoffs now. He's gotten his max contract extension. What are the expectations for Atlanta? Because Trae he's one of those guys that the national media loves him. Oh, he got on that big stage in New York. And that brings us back to something that we have talked about for a year. That, more than anything else, is what De'Aaron Fox needs. De'Aaron Fox needs that stage. It's one thing for De'Aaron to take over a game on a Wednesday night at the Golden One Center with everybody watching on NBC Sports Net. That's cool. It's one thing for De'Aaron Fox to take over, a game on a Tuesday night in front of a packed Golden One Center crowd. And that's great. It's a whole other thing to take over a game on a Sunday afternoon, at the Staples Center with everybody watching, which is essentially what we saw Trae do against the New York Knicks during the playoffs. The stage. De'Aaron Fox has got to have the stage. Donovan Mitchell. Bruh. He's had the stage. Hell, Jamal Murray's going to be out for a big chunk of next year, if not the entire year. Dude had the stage. Those two had the stage against each other. And look at how those two players are revered in the league. Are they going to get any further? Is Jamal Murray going to get any further? Hell, I said to you, Jamal Murray might fall back. not to any fault of his own. Like Jamal Murray could come back and be a very, very good basketball player. Jamal Murray could come back from his injury and be every bit as good as he was before he left. But the dynamic of the team could be completely different if Michael Porter Jr. ascends. If Michael Porter Jr. continues to get better, if Michael Porter Jr. realizes a large percentage of the potential that we think he has, that we've seen glimpses of, Jamal Murray might be coming back as the third best player on the team. And that's going to take some adjustment for him. That's going to take some getting used to. You talk about guys with the light shining bright on them. I mentioned Jason Tatum earlier. I mentioned Luke Walton here in Sacramento. I got a light on Michael Porter Jr. I want to see what he's able to do. I want to see what he's able to do without Jamal Murray around. Jamal Murray he had some career best markers in the last year or so. I mean, he's that dude, just like Donovan Mitchell is. But what are the expectations for those guys? Do you look at Denver going, man, Denver's got to win a championship. If Denver doesn't win a championship, oh, what a waste. Now, that sounds extreme, right? We talk about Denver. You talk about, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray. We talk about that crew. Oh, if they don't win a championship, gosh, what a waste. I don't think anybody feels that way. But if Dallas doesn't win a championship, aren't you looking at Luka sideways? Because Luka, man, he future face of the league, man. He might be LeBron James. Oh, we've heard all that stuff. It influences the way we think about someone, and it influences our expectations about him. And that's what keeps happening with De'Aaron. We drop our expectations. Not we as Kings fans have our own expectations. But when you read about the league, De'Aaron's, can this dude just get his team to the playoffs? And the only good thing about the way De'Aaron is evaluated is everybody knows it's not his fault. It's absolutely not his fault. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you could get in on the chat house as well, which is chat house is off and running today. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Deuce and Mo said to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes. Kyle Matson said to join me here in about an hour. Lots more ahead, including Charlotte making a sighting and playoff battles taking center stage again tonight in preseason football. We got that coming up here. Is D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I got to stop wearing long sleeve shirts during the show because I am hot. I get really, it's just a different vibe like when I'm alone. So I'm just sitting here sweating. Man, I love it though. I'm just scrolling past the text looking to see who do you have moderating the chat? Bruh, it's me. DMs incoming. The best part of the show is the audience participation. Losing a fan right now. Oh, okay. You'll be okay. Like, fam, I'm hosting it. Like toughen up, dog. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, toughen up. Appreciate you. Love you. But watch the show. You don't have to. I can't moderate everything, fam. I'm sorry. I have no idea what's going on in here. 102. You know what it is, Jimmy. You know what it is, baby. It really is it absolutely is a daycare. 100%. It absolutely, yes. It is absolute. Oh, hold on, Rich. I mean, I kind of thought the same, Roddy, but I appreciate everybody who's listening to the show. That's all I can say. I appreciate everybody who's listening. Deuce and Mo got a new theme song for real. I watched today. I didn't hear it, but I didn't really. How did I miss that? Okay, Ramsey, relax. Yeah, man, garbage. Garbage. Hey, thanks, guys. Timeout for saying trade Fox for Simmons. You didn't get a timeout for that. I refuse to believe that. There's no way Bryce timed you out for that. Bryce lets all this stuff slide. There's no way you got a timeout for that. We've talked about that a million times. No way. I refuse to believe it. Where's Bryce? Yeah, don't time people out because of that. Wait, is he blocked? Did you don't do that. Don't do that. Yo, let him rock. Let him do his thing. I can't even find it, so it doesn't even bother me. Man, hey, let it fly. Feta rap flip. Let it fly. Bryce out here acting like Bradshaw with the clothesline from hell. You're good, bro. Let it fly. Bryce is big follows. That's true. No, we don't time people out because okay. I'll take that back. We've timed one person out. We timed him out off of phone calls permanently. I'll let y'all. I'll let y'all figure out who that is. I'll let y'all figure out who we. Oh, okay, cool. Mark. It's good stuff. Yeah, actually, I did see that. Whoops, I did see that. I was going to bring that up with Deuce and Mo today. Oh, I don't know how I missed it, man. I'll have to listen to it. I'll have to peep it out. Here we go. Congratulations to my man Mark. Mark grabbed tickets to see the WWE in action at the Golden One Center coming up Monday, October 18th. Tickets are available for you if you're interested in going, or hang out tomorrow. We've got another opportunity for you to win. WWE Raw at the Golden One Center, October 18th. Big weekend for wrestling. I watched Dynamite last night, hoping for like a big tease heading into Friday's show. They didn't give it to me, but they sold the hell out of the show with Chicago and the United Center, the biggest crowd in AEW history. And gosh, it would be such a disappointment if CM Punk didn't show up. And then if he doesn't, oh man, all eyes are going to be on Las Vegas, that new stadium on Saturday night, because I think there's a belief that people think one way or another, he's showing up on television over the course of the next 2 days. So I'm anxious to watch that, man. Wrestling is a little bit exciting now. There's some stuff on SummerSlam that I don't particularly care for, particularly Goldberg being in a match again for no reason whatsoever, especially against the champion, especially against the dude who just destroyed Kobe. If the match with Bobby Lashley and Goldberg goes over 5 minutes, I'm going to be furious. If it goes over 2 minutes, I'm going to be unhappy. Dude is like 57 years old, 56 years old, 50. Like, stop. We don't need to see that dude on television anymore. I don't even fault Goldberg. Like, they're offering him money. Take it. Take it all. Note to the folks at the WWE, stop offering him money. Nobody want to see that. And that ties into money changing expectations. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going back to that conversation. Deuce and Mo going to join us coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. I got the chance to watch the rest of Draymond Green's interview with Kevin Durant. It's fine. It was good, I guess. I mean, you really didn't need to see anything past the 3-minute clip that they put out about their little dust up in Los Angeles or against the Clippers. It was in Los Angeles. That's all. That's all you need to see. You really don't need to see anything else. Like, I know Draymond asked him like about wanting kids, and I know that clip went out there today. Like, man, they really did talk about everything. Like, I had no idea Kevin Durant didn't have kids. That was not something that was at the forefront of my mind. They could have ended it with the 3-minute clip that they put out there. And the thing that you go back to, and of course this was years ago, and Draymond was a different player, and KD, still the best or one of the best players on the planet. I'm still fascinated. I'm still like, I try to visualize Draymond Green laughing in like Bob Myers and Steve Kerr's face. I mean, I can see that from Draymond. I could see that as a coping mechanism, but him saying, I think Bob Myers said to him, I didn't expect that reaction from you. He said, well, I'm either going to laugh at you or I'm going to cuss you out. So I'm choosing to laugh. And it fascinates me that, like, we know very, very well, like, the NBA is a players-driven league. Not even a players-driven league. It's a star-driven league. Like, we see how much influence the best players in the world have. We see the influence that Anthony Davis has, James Harden. These are the top players in the world. Kyrie Irving. LeBron James, I think, changed the narrative about free agency forever when he decided to take his talents to South Beach. It was a star player leaving the team he had gotten so close to a championship with. Now that's regular. Now we wait for that stuff to happen. Dame Lillard, has Dame Lillard asked out? Did Dame Lillard ask out? Sources told me that Dame said this. Dame's meeting with Neil O'Shea. He's meeting with Chauncey Billups. This is happening. That's happening. We've come to expect it now. Russell Westbrook traded. Comes out a day later. He had told Washington he didn't want to be there. We're waiting for Bradley Beal to ask out. It's a star-driven league. Those top players control more in this league than any other sport. Think about football. Think about Deshaun Watson. Think about Aaron Rodgers. Oh, I can't believe I brought his name up. I had actively tried to not bring that dude's name up. Think about Deshaun Watson. I don't want to be. I'm not playing for the Texans anymore. Texans essentially said, "Cool, okay, that's fine. You don't have to play for us anymore." And this is clearly what's happening right now. You don't have to play for us anymore. Doesn't mean we're trading you. Now, for those who are new to the program, I'm talking about Deshaun Watson, the football player. I will not talk about the other Deshaun Watson or the other stuff going on with Deshaun Watson. That stuff is in a box. It's in a lock and key, and we put that away, and we don't talk about it until we have to. We're not at the point where we have to talk about that stuff. And we may not be this year. Deshaun Watson may legitimately be the third-string quarterback of the Houston Texans. And boy, that's a really unique FU from Houston to Deshaun Watson. Because it's like, we're not going to play you. Here's your $40 million. Take that. Most teams are smart enough to know, like, oh, this dude doesn't want to play. Especially Deshaun's got all these situations. Maybe it's in our best interest to get him out of here. Like, we could get some assets in return. We could take, especially when you're the Houston Texans and you've got ass for a roster, we could start to rebuild it in the upcoming draft. Of course, no one has ever accused the Houston Texans of being a very smart franchise. I mean, they kept Bill O'Brien employed for an extremely long time. Ain't a star-driven league there. Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers wants to be traded. Okay. Drops that nugget on draft day. It's a coincidence, though, as Adam Schefter says. Oh, it was no news. It was just something I was telling people. I just happened to tell you on draft day. Dude literally hijacked the NFL draft. Told Dan Le Batard friends the other day, I considered retiring. I don't care if you don't believe me. Good, because I don't. You're full of crap. And I think some of these NFL players see what guys like Anthony Davis do and James Harden do and what some of these NBA players do. And they go, I can do that. I'm important. Like, no, you can't. You really, really cannot. You don't have that type of flex. Your union is trash. And really, you don't have the financial stability within your contracts to pull this off. You have no leverage as an NFL player. NFL quarterback, you have more leverage. They just don't listen to you. They don't listen to you at all. Deshaun, Aaron Rodgers, none of you. They don't listen to you. I mean, none of those guys. Can you think of an NFL player? Like, what guy? I mean, even Brett Favre had to fake a retirement, go to the New York Jets for a year to get what he actually wanted. And what he actually wanted was to play for Minnesota. And he did this big, he did 2 fake retirements to get to Minnesota and went and played a year with the New York Jets. Because they weren't going to give him what he wanted. We're not cinching you within the division. Look how good that Minnesota team was when he got there. NFL doesn't do that. But I think those players desperately want to do what Anthony Davis does. And what these NBA guys do, what James Harden does. They want to be, is this player going to ask out? All they could do was hold out. You can ask out if you want to. You ain't going to get far. You're really testing it if you hold out. There was that Jamal Adams stuff the other day. There's Jamal Adams, apparently, when he signed his contract, like Seattle said, this is the contract we're offering. We feel like this is a really, really good offer. We've made some tweaks here. We've made some tweaks there. But here is the contract. It's not getting any better than this. And Jamal took it. And it's a fine contract. It's not a knock on Jamal Adams at all for that. But it was the team taking a hardline stance saying, this is it. This is what we're doing. You have the choice to take it or not, because holdout's it's gonna hurt you a lot more than it's gonna hurt me. And that's always the case in the NFL. Those types of disputes are always going to hurt the player more than it's going to hurt the team. 10 times out of 10. Okay, sorry, 9 times out of 10. The obvious one being the one everybody points to, the Emmitt Smith holdout, the 0-2 start that ended in a Super Bowl. Everybody remembers that one because it's the only time it's ever happened. But in the NBA, you can get away with anything. James Harden literally quit. And then went to the podium and said, this team sucks. And everyone knew, okay, well, that's it. I mean, that's one way of going about it. That was it. There was no subtleties to it. There was no that's all folks t-shirts like Anthony Davis had, which he says was an accident because he has someone pick out his clothes for him. And we all collectively believed him. That was sarcasm because no one did. Yeah, we've seen all of that stuff in the NBA. But to hear Draymond Green, and it's weird because, again, this was years ago. To hear Draymond Green tell the story about how he laughed at Bob Myers and laughed at Steve Kerr, and he said, I'm laughing to keep from cussing you out. Think about Anthony Davis, James Harden. Those players who have demanded trades. Is Dame Lillard going to do it? Ben Simmons, allegedly. I don't even know that Ben Simmons belongs in this conversation right now. All those guys. Kyrie Irving. Draymond Green ain't that. So, again, context is important. This was years ago. Draymond, I do believe Draymond was very good. And I believe he was very, very important to those championship contending teams. And it's the championship contending, those championship winning teams. But what is he now? Like if I'm hearing him tell that story and I'm listening to him cackle about it and I'm Bob Myers, I'm like, dude, I've got to get this dude out of my locker room. I told you when the whole Ben Simmons thing started, I thought the team that made the most sense, like they could win right now they could be substantially better as the Golden State Warriors. If the Golden State Warriors are willing to give up that emotional tie or whatever they have to Draymond Green, do it. And one of your young guys, one of your draft picks in the last 2 years, and whatever collection of picks you want to do moving forward. Send that to Philadelphia. Get Ben Simmons back. I already think Golden State's good, and I feel like I'm starting to sit alone on this. I feel like Golden State, and yes, it is riding a lot on Steph and Clay and their young guys performing. I think they're very good. I'll end it at that. I think they're very good. I think they have Ben Simmons. They're golden. Not only are they adding Ben Simmons, getting rid of Draymond Green, which I think is long overdue. You've got to move on from that dude. And it's exemplified even more by that stupid interview being out there. Because if I'm Bob Myers, I'm looking like, what do I look like? Again, this is the NBA, though. This is the NBA. You suspending a player, and to their credit, Draymond and Kevin Durant, both of them were like, the team blew this. We should have handled this. We should have handled this whole thing differently. Now, this is all in hindsight. We don't know what it was like in the moment. These are two of the key players talking about that moment in hindsight. It's clearer now. Emotions are calmer. Everything is different. And I know KD referenced the moment in The Last Dance. Oh, Scottie Pippen not taking the shot. Everybody called him out for it. Like, that's what we should have done. That's what we should have done as a team. Did you feel that way in the moment? And I'm genuinely asking, did you feel that way? Did Kevin Durant feel that the team should have, called, Draymond out and Kevin Durant out, and it should have been a big moment where the team just kind of had a free-for-all, got it over with, and moved on? Did you feel that way then? Because, KD, you've got a reputation in the league as being hypersensitive. Now, I don't know if he's as sensitive to his teammates as he is to social media, and I'm not faulting him for being sensitive. What I'm saying is, if the Golden State Warriors chose to handle it this way, I believe they chose to handle it that way because they thought that's the best way Kevin Durant would respond to it. Saying all these years later that we should have done it this way, we should have done it that way, leads me to believe, did you really feel that way in the moment when you were walking on the floor telling him that's why my ass is out of here? That's why I'm leaving? Did you feel that way in that moment? When you went back to the locker room and you saw him standing at that locker, did you feel in that moment, oh, we should have handled it the way the Bulls did? I don't think Kevin Durant thought that. I don't think Bob Myers thought that. Steve Kerr thought that. I don't think anybody involved with that organization thought that. I think my opinion only, they all thought the same thing. KD is really sensitive. Let's handle this the best way we can. What is the best way we can handle this? Well, let's show him we're on his side. Let's move on. Let's suspend Draymond Green. Again, it was dumb. I remember when the suspension came out. Like, it was stupid. I thought there was more to it. That's what I was really expecting. That's the main reason I watched the rest of the interview. I was expecting the part that had never been revealed where they, had to be separated in the locker room and they were throwing chairs. Like, that's, it was the Royal Rumble back there. That's what I was expecting. But y'all suspended him. You suspended Draymond for that? To me, that just shows you were trying to coddle Kevin Durant because you thought that's what Kevin Durant wanted. But when Draymond out here spilling the tea all these years later, talking about how he was laughing at Bob Myers and laughing at Steve Kerr, man, if I'm Bob Myers, I'm having the last laugh. Of course, as we are frustratingly aware of as Kings fans, you got to have another party involved in the trade. You got to have a team that'll say, yeah, sure, I'll take Draymond Green. And I really do believe, I don't care if you're the basketball mind. I don't care how smart you think you are. I don't care how much you cover the league. Everybody has a lingering question about Draymond Green. Would he be as good on a team that didn't have Steph Curry and Klay Thompson? We saw last year he wasn't as good on a team that just didn't have Klay Thompson. I think there's a lot of really unanswered questions about Draymond Green. Draymond Green is going to be one of the most fortunate figures, I think, in NBA history. I think it was Chris Haynes. I think after the Olympics, after the Olympic team won the gold medal, Chris Haynes tweeted, again, if it's not Chris, my apologies. I'm pretty sure it was. Chris Haynes tweeted all of Draymond Green's accolades. And I'll remind, and I'll tell you what the last line of Chris Haynes' tweet was, but it reminded me leading into the Olympics, someone connected said to me, the team is good, but Draymond's going because he's trying to boost his Hall of Fame candidacy. He doesn't have a Hall of Fame career, but now if you start throwing in all of those defensive player of the years, now if you start throwing in those championships, and now you're adding multiple gold medals, you're getting to the point where he's so accomplished, you look past 9 points per game. You look past his ability on the offensive end, and you'll zero in on that stretch where he was a tremendous defender, where he was a tremendous piece to a Golden State Warrior dynasty. Chris Haynes, after the Olympic team won the gold medal, tweeted all of his accolades with the two gold medals, and the last line was, that's how you get from Saginaw to Springfield. I was like, okay. It's an open secret he's trying to strengthen his Hall of Fame candidacy. Which is fascinating because, again, it gets to a point where you can't ignore the accolades anymore. You can't. There's too many. And so you can ignore the other stuff. But here in 2021, you can move on from Draymond Green easily. If you're Bob Myers, if you're the Golden State Warriors, the question is what team goes, oh, I want that guy. Like, because I wonder if Draymond Green thinks he's Chris Paul. Like, in the sense of, oh, I saw what Chris Paul did in Phoenix. Oh, send me to Sacramento. Watch, I'll get to Sacramento and I'll take that team to the NBA Finals. That's what I mean. Like, I wonder if Draymond Green sees himself that way. Like he is a difference maker in that sense. Because I don't think general managers across the league see it that way. I think there are more questions than answers as it pertains to Draymond Green. And I think now that he's kind of on the downside of his career, now that he's not as productive as he once was, we're left wondering, like, man, was he a product of Klay and Steph? Is that what he was? I mean, clearly back during this beef with KD, Bob Myers and Steve Kerr and that front office group of Golden State didn't feel that way. They thought he was an important part, not a product of, but an important part of that championship team. Because I don't know that they would have gone for all that. But then you start to weigh productivity versus, well, headaches. Is Draymond Green is Draymond Green a headache for that organization? Is Bob Myers embarrassed by how that conversation was relayed? Does Bob Myers feel like he has to come out and explain his side of it? Does Bob Myers have to come out and explain why the organization handled things the way they did? Again, this was years ago. This didn't just happen. This was years ago. But Draymond Green is still very much a member of that team. And I do think that the Warriors have an emotional attachment to him. And they got to let that go. Because and I do think it's a big if you could get anything in return for him, you've got to do it. It's best for business. It's best for your team moving forward. Because I do think this is a team that's not going to go through a rebuild. That's not going to go through a drought. because of what they've been able to accumulate in the draft over the last 2 years. That's, of course, assuming Wiseman develops, and that these two, we haven't dropped the Kendrick Perkins sound in a bit, but the Moses Moody. If those draft picks work out the way that they expect them to, I think this is a team that's, again, not a championship contender for the years moving forward, but a team that's in really good shape. A team that's not going to start over. A team that's not going to bottom out. Just a team that's in a really good spot. You know what other team that I think is in a really good spot? I was caught off guard a little bit by the signing. I like the offseason that Charlotte had, and I kind of like what Charlotte's building, and I really like LaMelo Ball. I even hear that general managers like, LiAngelo and what he did in the summer league. I'd be curious. I feel like he'll get a preseason invite if he gets anything past that. Not necessarily with Charlotte exclusively, but there were reports that people seem to really, dig what he was doing out there. And they're looking at him like, yeah, he's an NBA player. He's not Lonzo, certainly not LaMelo, but he's an NBA player. I'll be curious how that works out. But the Charlotte Hornets signed Terry Rozier today to a 4-year, $97 million max extension. And he's another piece of what Charlotte's building. And that's an interesting team. I think LaMelo is really, really, really good. But as I always do, right or wrong, I look at that Charlotte roster and go, are they better than Sacramento? And I do that a lot with rosters, with teams kind of in that, teams but in that 500, below 500 range. Is this team really better than Sacramento? Is this roster better than Sacramento? I get stuck doing it with New Orleans all the time, with Minnesota all the time. Do it with San Antonio. San Antonio's roster, I usually look at and go, this roster isn't good at all. It's something else that keeps getting them to the playoffs. It's Greg Popovich. It's that coaching staff. It's something. This roster ain't very good. This roster and that roster may bottom out. I know one thing, though. This show's about to pick up. Deuce and Mo, they're going to join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I had to close this. I was afraid of what y'all been doing over here. I try to keep an eye on it so I could throw something useful. There you go. That's what I needed. That's what I needed right there. They need Iguodala. Probably. Yeah, probably. Appreciate you, NBA Rigged. Hey, that's a Nike shirt. I got you, fellas. I want Iguodala. There you go. I have the Max Kellerman. I have the Max Kellerman stuff in here. I was kind of throw it in later. Obviously, it's not a big grand discussion, but I read that he's not leaving ESPN, but they're taking him off First Take, which is interesting. I don't feel like he balances Stephen A anymore. I can't watch that stuff anymore. Like, I have a hard time with ESPN, period. Like, ESPN has gotten really, really difficult to watch. Hey, Chase, welcome to the chat. Don't get blocked on your first day. Assuming, of course, you're kidding. Well, like PTI, yeah. Yes, it is. It's frustrating. I don't like, I guess because we're on here. I used to DVR the show so I could watch PTI, but I don't watch it anymore. Bring the crew in here. Nope, don't want that. What's up, guys?
Hey. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Wonderful.
Awesome. I don't know how I caught Bobby. I guess I missed the new song.
We got a couple new ones, man. It's crazy. Like 2 in a day.
Is that the thing Chris was being a dick about in
Yeah. He put for some reason he put that music under with that video and tagged you in it. But yeah, that was a local
for
artist who would just put that out. And then separately, like there's some guy in my Instagram DMs, and I'm like, he was talking about, oh, I'd love to hop on sometime with you guys. I'm like, okay, what's this about? So I clicked on it. It was like Davion Mitchell's uncle. And then he said, hey, my kids, they love to sing, and they did a new podcast jingle for you guys. And that was
awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
Cool.
I'll have to, I don't know how I missed it. I'll have to go back and check it out.
Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I listen every day, of course. Every day.
You're amazing.
I'm a P1.
I'm a P1.
Y'all helped me with my show yesterday.
Oh, what'd we say?
I was, or maybe it was the day before. I can't. No, it was yesterday. I was watching when the updated Arts SB Nation article came out.
Oh my God.
And I didn't know it had been updated until I was watching you guys. And so that
was so ridiculous, man.
That legit shaped like the first 30 minutes of the show. Like, because I don't know that I would have seen that had I not been watching you guys.
Yeah.
And it was just hilarious that they actually either had so much pushback or feedback or whatever it was that they were like, okay, we missed this one, but this is why he's only honorable mention.
I use Stat Hose on the air too, because that's my new favorite. Like
Thank you.
If Don doesn't make a shirt with Stat Hose on it, I'll be so angry.
Thank you. It's a great, I'm telling you, that's what some people are.
Back here, show already in progress on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, the most popular podcast on the planet. Deuce and Mo here with us. Deuce and Mo, new theme song, new t-shirt designs happening here during the commercial. Great stuff happening. Welcome to the show as always, man. We're glad that you guys are here.
It's just like, I feel like the adults are here. You know, Kenny is doing whatever. The adults are here. We can actually have a conversation. It's just great. It's great.
I disagree with that.
No, I'm kidding. I miss Kenny. Lake Show, baby.
We definitely miss Kenny, but I love that you said the adults are here when one of us dropped Stat Hose in a recent episode of their podcast. So
we're very mature here.
Man.
In this group. Very mature.
That's my new favorite thing. Like,
you know what that, and you know that's a great way to define those people that are like, oh, the analytics show that he actually didn't have a good game. Did you watch, or are you just going off the stats?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this, when I make fun of some of that stuff too, I'm trying to be careful because I do love numbers and analytics does matter and all that stuff. But like, it's clear when people put some of these lists together, and he wasn't the only one. I was looking at stuff throughout the week about Summer League, like top performers, and not a lot of people were mentioned Davion. And I'm watching going, okay, there's something missing here, because I'm not being like some homer. The guy is playing really well, and it comes down to this: like, you're not watching the games. Like, that's what it is. Like, if you come out a list of the 13 best players from Summer League and Davion doesn't get a mention, it's clear to me you didn't watch any games. And that's fine, but like, just be transparent about it.
I thought Louis the King played really well through the course of Summer League also, not just in that championship game. I thought he had a good Summer League overall.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that as well. I think with him, because he's more seen as like, oh, he's probably going to play in the G League, or, you know. Yeah,
you're right. It's not sexy to be like, hey, let me put Lewis King as one of the top 13. We got to put Jalen in there. We got to put Şengün and all those guys, like, deserving for sure. But yeah, Lewis King, I thought played pretty well during the Summer League. And then Davion, I know the numbers don't always jump off the page at you with all the games, but his defensive capabilities, it's crazy. Like, I asked Bobby Jackson about it today. I'm like, do you think he can do that like day one in the NBA? And he goes, well, what do you think? I'm like, I mean, I think so, but he's convinced that, like, yeah, Davion is going to help this team big time defensively from the start.
It was Bobby's way of saying, like, trust your eyeballs, stupid. Like, let's go. I think that's with a lot of people in Sacramento. We're having a hard time believing like, oh, this could be the real deal and work out day one, because we're not used to that. Right. It's a different front office, though. It's a different GM making different decisions. And we saw from last year, Tyrese Halliburton, good job. Davion Mitchell so far in Summer League, good job. So I think really trust and believe what you're seeing and don't just get into the whole like, but it's the Kings, so there's no way this something can be good, you know?
Since you talked to him earlier today, what I felt like I saw in this Summer League series, and I'm so envious of you guys, to be able to watch this in Stockton this upcoming season, but I felt like we saw a team that took on the persona of their head coach.
Yeah. No,
they played like Bobby Jackson plays.
Okay, I am so glad you brought that up because Jerry Reynolds said that with us the other day too. He's like, you can see the way that he's coaching. It came from his style of play and his playing days, and it really was apparent that that was the way that these guys were being coached. It's the way that they played. Because again, I asked him today, like, why everyone bought in defensively. It looked so good. It was so fun to watch. And he was just basically giving credit to all the coaches and all the players, just really wanting to make sure that they were doing everything and executing everything that they were told.
Besides Davion, what was the biggest standout from Summer League?
I think for me, it was Jamias Ramsey. And I think mainly because last year, G League season's typically 50 games. He played, I don't even remember how many he actually played, but there's 13 games inside the G League bubble. He's playing for Agua Caliente. And so and then you saw him like a very few minutes at the end of the year, but nothing jumped out. I looked at him and was like, well, he's really raw out there. And even at the start of the Summer League. But as the Summer League went
California Classic was rough.
Yeah,
right.
He didn't look good. And you're like, okay, well, again, second round guy, maybe this is kind of who he is. I mean, this is what happens. He showed me something. He showed me that he could fight through it. He knocked down shots. He attacked the basket. And talking to Bobby today, like he was most impressed with what he was able to do defensively as the Summer League went on. And for a guy who is still really young, he was one of the youngest players drafted last year. You see something there. I'm not like trying to proclaim like, hey, he's going to have a big impact on Sacramento. No, but he's still a young player. And it's great that Bobby Jackson was able to coach this team, and a lot of these guys that he coached are going to end up playing for the Stockton Kings. He gets a head start. It's great for development. So I was really impressed with Jamias Ramsey and his development and growth, and hopefully with extended minutes in Stockton this year, it's going to be pretty legit.
Yeah, I think that's probably the number one that I was like excited about. I think the other surprise to me was seeing Robert Woodard and seeing what his biggest flaws were, what he was lacking in his game. And that gave me more of that validation of going, oh, well, this is why he wasn't being played last year when the entire Twitter Kings fan base was saying, put Robert Woodard in. Oh, it can't be worse than this. And it seemed like it would have been just shoving a G League player out there. And no knock on Robert Woodard. Like there's some great things about him as well, not just his body size, but you saw those little improvements with him too. He got a little bit more comfortable taking up the basketball, but you can tell he's still raw and has a lot of things to work on.
It felt like he could play next to Raheem Mostert this upcoming football season on a couple of those plays.
Dude is ripped.
I mean, there was one, and it was early. Like it might have been first Vegas game. He like dips his shoulder in the lane, and he takes a defender out. He's lost with the ball. Like he doesn't know what to do. He's looking off in the distance. And it just, of course, gets the whistle and the charge call, and you're just looking at it like, oh, that's tough.
Yeah. No, it is. I mean, it's tough too, because you have to take a step back with all these guys sometimes and go, this is why you play the Summer League. It's not just like, hey, we're trying to see if this guy can be on our roster next year. It's like, no, we need our young guys to get minutes, because there was no Summer League last year and there was no G League season. So, we can talk all day long about all the big impact rookies from last year, from Halliburton to LaMelo to Anthony Edwards. There's some pretty talented rookies, but for those who need more of like, hey, we just need reps, we need to get minutes, to not have that, there's so many young players who were set back last year, who weren't able to get in and get in the rotation, that needed huge developmental opportunities. They didn't get any of that. So like Woodard, he is so raw. And there was like the last couple of games of Summer League, I went, okay, like there was some improvement there.
Yep.
It's small, but that you need to see something. And he's another guy that needs to go to Stockton, refine his game, and they got to figure out if he's an NBA player or not.
Namish Keita, same thing. Like you can tell he's going to thrive in the G League. There's going to be a lot of good things that he does in the G League, but he needs those reps. He needs those minutes because yes, he has the athleticism. He can move quite well for this big guy, but then you notice the flaws in him with the way he was ripping through with the basketball. You're a big out there. There's going to be a lot more guys, a different elite talent ripping the ball away from you if you don't understand that you have to stay strong or make sure you're keeping it high.
Yeah, in that championship game against Boston, God, I love that we're like super breaking down a championship game in Summer League, by the way. It's game 5 of the NBA Finals. In that championship game there, he had the ball down low at one point and Neesmith was coming over to help. And it was like, you got to Neesmith, as Shaq would say, that's barbecue chicken. Go ahead and dunk the ball on him. And he got stripped. It was like a foul or something. But there were a couple of times where, you look at him and you go, you're a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be more physical. You need to use that body a little more. Get guys out of your way. Don't let someone shoulder you. Have that strong base. So he's got to continue to work on his body and work on the physicality of the game. But I think you saw enough with Keita that made you think, okay, he may have something in the future. It was worth taking a risk on a guy like that who has a shot blocking ability, has shown the ability to pass it a little bit. But the biggest concern I had was, all right, can the guy even move? Because how many times do we see bigs in the NBA just get lost? And the fact that he was able to switch out on the guys and didn't look lost in pick and roll coverage, those were positive. So, yeah, it's weird because you're bringing up like Stockton. And yeah, that team's going to be kind of fun to watch this year, right? Like I could see Kings fans going, I want to check this out. Like Sacramento's gone off tonight. I need to go see what's going on in Stockton because they've got Ramsey down there, Keita, Lewis King. Maybe Matt Coleman ends up getting some run with the Stockton Kings. So
some Emmanuel Terry love in there too.
Yeah. Well, that's the guy like you would think he'd get a training camp invite from somewhere else.
That's what I'm worried about.
He played. He had that same defensive mentality that I just loved. He came in and worked his ass off, just attacking the glass.
But he was executing where he needed to be on defense too. Like you could tell he's told, okay, the guard comes over, they're setting a pick and roll. I want you to double and then drop back. Like you're stunting the guard and then you're dropping back to your guy because your guy isn't a huge rolling threat, I guess. Whatever. That's just how I was kind of looking at the way that he was playing defense when he would come out toward the perimeter. And it was encouraging. But then on top of that, his energy level and the way that he fought for rebounds, like why wouldn't you want that energy type of guy that's just going to fight for the boards every single night you shove him out there?
It is Summer League, but I leave Summer League feeling better about the Kings than I did 2 weeks ago. And I think that mainly that's because of Davion, where like you saw some of the highlights from college, you saw what he was able to do, you heard about the work ethic, but seeing what he did to Peyton, Pro-Am, Pritchard was pretty remarkable. No, I mean, this guy was dominating the Summer League. He dips out to go in the Pro-Am, drops a 90-point plus game and a 50-plus point game. Like he was playing some good basketball. And Davion just absolutely abused him.
Damian, we keep talking to national NBA writers, people from the outside and their perspective, and they are talking the same way about Davion Mitchell. You know how sometimes it feels weird when you've been covering the Kings for so long and there are homers in this market and it's just like weird and ridiculous. And then talking about Davion with so much excitement, we're not sitting here acting like he's the piece that they need to make the playoffs. No. Kings
he could be.
King standards in Sacramento standards are, hey, you had the worst defense in the league last year. It can't get any worse. And with seeing someone like Davion, it's only going to get better. Like that right there alone, seeing that shift is a very positive thing for Sacramento.
I want to stay with Davion for a second. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damien Barling. Kenny Caraway is off this week. Kyle Madsen will join us here in just a little bit. Deuce and Mo are with us here. Deuce and Mo, not only of the famous Deuce and Mo podcast, but also the Stockton Kings play-by-play and color analyst. And there's a note I want to ask you about Stockton as well. But as far as Davion goes, you mentioned this a minute ago in your conversation with Bobby Jackson. You talked about, Morgan, trust your eyes, trust what you see. Can Davion, we've talked about what we've seen in the summer league. Can it transfer over? Can Davion really be a single person catalyst to take this team, who was the worst defensive team in the league last year, to something at least somewhat more respectable?
Do you believe in culture changing guys?
Absolutely.
That is what he is at the age of 22, right? He's an older rookie. At the age of 22, he is going to be that culture shifting guy, because everyone else doesn't want to look like a fool out there when Davion's playing up here defensively and you're just kind of giving this much effort here. Everyone's going to start playing up here, because otherwise they're not going to play. And they know it, especially with all these guards. And then in practice, another place you're going to have Davion Mitchell. I always hated these people in practice, but at the same time, I loved them because they made me better, but I hated them because it was like, no matter what, it was always like that game mentality, even at practice. And it was like, you could never take a second off, even for those 3 hours. Davion Mitchell is going to bring that and doesn't give a damn what anyone thinks of him for bringing that. You know, like if anyone says, you know, damn man, this is just a 3-on-3 drill. What's your point? Like, I'm here to win. I'm here to get better.
You at it.
Yeah. Like that's him and his mentality.
When you read some of the stuff about him and you just see like how many times he just talks about defense.
Yeah.
And then even like I know it's interviews, but like he just seems different. I'll say that. Like he seems different.
Yes.
When he's being talked to, he's talking about things. He's like, yeah, I just got to work on that. I got to pass the ball better. I got to set my teammates up. But he is totally, any interview you read about him, it's always about defense. And for a team that, I mean, God, every week last year when we were on with you, we're just like, yeah, I don't know. What do we do about this? I don't know what you do defensively. I mean, that's why the fans were going, Robert Woodard, maybe, because he's 7-foot wingspan, he's strong, and it can't get worse than what we're seeing out there right now. So, I do think he can impact. Like, how much does it? I mean, everyone's got to, you got to have the team defense.
Yes.
I hope it brings more out of Fox defensively, because I think Fox has the defensive capability, like we've mentioned so many times. Does he bring it out of him? We saw Halliburton play some nice defense, very good at playing the passing lanes. Like, okay, if all of a sudden the Kings become a little more disruptive and their guards step it up defensively, makes things easier for the bigs too. And then all of a sudden the Kings are forcing turnovers, they're getting out and running, and that is when, in my opinion, they're at their best.
How much of Davion and Tyrese being good defensively can actually take pressure off of De'Aaron Fox rather than, I mean, I absolutely believe De'Aaron can be a better defender. And I know Doug Christie has long spoken about how he believes De'Aaron Fox can be an elite defender in the league, but De'Aaron Fox has to do so much out there on the floor. How much of having Davion out there or having Tyrese or having a magic combination of the two of them out there can just take pressure off of De'Aaron on the defensive end?
De'Aaron Fox is your best player on the team. And with him, his best elite, number one, unique skill set is really his speed and how he utilizes it. Now, he can't utilize that speed when they're not getting stops. They're not getting to go. They're not getting to run, especially on the offensive end. You put that defensive pressure on Tyrese Halliburton and Davion Mitchell and what they will add there. They will, I mean, my whole point to that is they will take off so much pressure off of De'Aaron Fox, because them being in the passing lanes, them getting up on the guards, being up on the perimeter will allow and help De'Aaron to utilize his best skill sets. And that's running in this game.
Yeah, what De'Aaron could potentially do. Do you like, is that how you envision the 3-guard lineup, by the way? Like De'Aaron, is it De'Aaron, Tyrese, and Davion, De'Aaron, Davion, and Buddy, like what's like, because there's been so much talk about a 3-guard lineup. What do you have a vision of that yet? Because it feels like Buddy's at least going to start with the Sacramento Kings. Like, a lot can happen between now and the start of the season, but
I don't know. I don't know what to expect with the lineup because I think we all sat here last year and wondered, okay, why is Buddy not coming off the bench? And not because Buddy needs to not play. Like, Buddy has a skill set that should be on the floor. He could shoot lights out, right? Like, you need a guy that could space the floor like that. But it was clear Tyrese should have been starting last year, in my opinion. So, I mean, I think ideally you bring Buddy and Mitchell off the bench, and then you stagger the lineups a little bit. I do want to see the 3-guard lineup of Mitchell, Halliburton, and Fox. But there are challenges with that too, because you're going to have challenges with rebounding. There are going to be certain defensive matchups that aren't great, but it's also going to pose some problems for other teams too. So I feel like a lot of it's going to be matchup based, but we've seen other teams do some 3-guard lineups.
Yeah.
I think one of my big concerns, honestly, with Mitchell and Fox closing games is the free throw shooting, because De'Aaron hasn't proven to be a good free throw shooter. If we're going to talk about Mitchell's game in the summer league, he couldn't make a free throw. I don't even remember what the final percentage was, but when you have 2 guards trying to close games for you and they can't make a free throw, like, that just has to get better. And maybe it does, right? Like, Davion Mitchell improved that 3-point shooting in college last year. He looked pretty good shooting the 3 in the summer league. Can he get that to like 70, 75%? Like, that's not great either, but if both guys can get to like over 75% closing in on that 80 mark, you feel a lot better. But man, if you're trying to close games, it's a close game, and you've got those 2 guys in attack mode with the ball in their hands, they're going to the free throw line, and it's clank, clank, clank. That's terrible.
Damien, I'm also kind of like, nothing has been working with this roster. I know there's been those adjustments, but things have not been working even in Sacramento for a long time. So the idea of having that 3-guard lineup is a smaller 3-guard lineup, and you have 100 bigs. So who do you choose from to put in there? Who's going to, like, where's Harrison Barnes going to play? All of that. I'm excited for the change, where usually I would be a little bit fearful, but I'm excited and hopeful for the change. I don't know if the change is really going to make the difference that I'm hoping it does, but at the same time, like, something's broke, so fix it.
do you think De'Aaron has hit his ceiling?
Oh, I don't.
As a player? No.
I mean, because we did right there with the free throw shooting. If he can improve that, that's going to lock even more for him. And it's great. Look, it's an interesting time for De'Aaron, because it's a thing that players get this rap now, right? Devin Booker had it in Phoenix. Cat has it in Minnesota, where you put up numbers and you're on a losing team. De'Aaron, he had a great year last year. He put up some monster numbers. He had some amazing fourth quarters. And I think he's got that work ethic that he can take it to just another level. And that is the free throw shooting. That is trying to improve that 3-point shooting that we saw at times. Okay, it looked good, but it dipped toward the end of the year. And then it is defensively. So I still think there is room for him to take his game to another level. And some of that too is like, as a playmaker, right? Like, can you set up your teammates a little better? Mm-hmm. So even if he doesn't increase his scoring, that's fine. Let other guys take the load up. Can he find other ways to make his teammates better too? Those are kind of the areas where I go, all right, that's what I'd like to see improve. And that could definitely take him to another level.
And we saw proof of it, of him going to another level last year. Like, the leap that he took in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
In season. Like, that right there gives me hope that he still has a long way to go, right? Mm-hmm. A long way to go. I'm saying, like, where he still has so much more to accomplish with his own individual game. And he's going into his 5th season. You look around the league, you look at someone like Kawhi Leonard. He didn't start putting up those big numbers and becoming Kawhi Leonard until his 5th year in the league. So for some guys, they just develop differently. For some guys, it's because of the organization they're with. Sometimes it's just the system that they're in. So I think he's starting to figure out his identity a little bit more as a player, but also understanding that he can keep adding more and more to it, which makes him so exciting, and he can be an elite point guard in this league.
You brought up the organization, which is it's such a great point. I want to Kyle Matson is here. I think he was excited to see you guys. So
yes,
he jumped on a little early. Let's bring Kyle Matson into the conversation. What's up, Kyle?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Great, man.
Great.
Good to see you.
I'm so excited to see you guys.
Dude,
that's literally, I got all my stuff done and I got in here. I was like, I need to jump in early.
I'm glad you're here, man.
I was expecting to come in at the break and get to chat then. I wasn't really prepared to jump on now, but that's fine.
What do you mean prepared? We're just talking. Just get in here.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same, except less cussing, right?
Yeah, exactly the same.
And what Kyle doesn't know is we actually hold Deuce and Mo hostage for a very, very long time. Mm-hmm. We don't let them them break this, despite the fact that they do like 10 live podcasts a week. So that's only a slight exaggeration. You mentioned the organizations though, Morgan, when I asked you about the growth of De'Aaron Fox, and that's kind of how we started this show. Because James Ham said something to us yesterday. Kyle asked James about whether, De'Aaron Fox could be the guy on a championship caliber team. And, James gave the answer about how he's too, like, he's not at his peak yet. Like, he hasn't hit that ceiling, as we just talked about. He's still got so much more growth to do. And he mentioned how the trajectory of De'Aaron Fox and Russell Westbrook are really, really similar. And I thought back to Russell Westbrook's best chance to win an NBA championship. It was with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Like, that was far and away his best chance to win a title. And he wasn't the best player on the team. Yep. And that just stuck out to me. And then I started looking around the league going, what young player am I expecting? Like, do I expect to be championship caliber? De'Aaron's here in Sacramento. We're looking at him like, get this team to the playoffs and you'll probably get a statue. I'm looking at a guy like Donovan Mitchell. I don't know what his expectations are. Jason Tatum, to me, the caliber of player he is, the organization he's with, he's banner or bust. Like, he's a guy who has to win a championship. He's the guy who has to be the guy on a championship team for him to live up to all of these expectations that he's in. And you go around and you look at like De'Aaron Fox's peers, his contemporaries, and you got like Trae Young, you got, Luka Doncic, you got all of these different guards that are, 23, 24, 25 years old. And then I'm brought to Colin Sexton. Like, Colin Sexton's the only other really good guard who's on a really bad team in the league.
Yeah.
And I was like, De'Aaron's comp is Colin Sexton because of the teams that they're on.
Yeah. I mean, you need multiple guys to win.
You just
consistently.
do.
And that's where you're at. Like, no, De'Aaron can't do it by himself. And, as much as we like Tyrese Halliburton and as much as everyone's intrigued with Davion Mitchell right now, you need one of those guys to be really, really, really good. I mean, you look at Portland. Someone brought this up to, I think it was Jerry the other day, Jerry Reynolds, talking about Portland. He's like, they've had Dame and CJ for years. Those are two, obviously Dame's a really elite player, and then CJ's really, really good. And they've only been able to get to a certain level.
You guys look at Milwaukee. Like, look at that. You look at someone like Giannis, who is obviously this incredible player, right? Like, he can be the best player on a team, but you still needed pieces like Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton, that tier of quality player you needed next to him to get to that next level. It's not a super team, but you do need those pieces. And with De'Aaron Fox, I'm not saying he's going to be a Giannis, but you can really elevate his game by putting the correct, really good pieces.
Now, how do you do it? That's the question. Like, how do you? It's going to come via trade and hope. You talk about the draft so much, but like, I mean, the Kings better hope they're not picking in the top 10 next year.
Right.
Like, so.
And that's funny.
That's a challenge.
Like, you said De'Aaron, like, oh, he's not a Giannis, but can he be this? Like, for me, Tatum is the guy who's knocking on that proverbial VIP door that only has Steph and Giannis and LeBron and Kevin Durant. Like, there's no one else in that VIP room. To me, the guy who, and I know everybody loves Luka Doncic, but for me, the guy who could knock on that door and get into that level is Jason Tatum. And I don't know why I'm so fixated on Jason Tatum today.
I love Jason Tatum. I love his game.
Really
Yeah, like I like that.
Thanks, Kyle.
Hey Kyle, he's really good.
He's good at basketball. That's my
No, he is. He is. And that's why it's your fascination with him or whatever, Damien. Like, I am so with you there. And you're right. Like, his standards, because he is in this organization, this historical organization, it's banner or bust.
Yeah. Did you want to jump in there, Kyle? You really hit us with that remark about Jason Tatum being good.
I also think Giannis is good. Well,
good.
Players. Yeah.
Good.
No, I do think though Giannis is unique, and Mo, I think you were kind of getting at this. Giannis is unique in that Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton are the caliber of player that can help him get to a title. I don't know if there are other players in the league like that. I don't know if you put Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton next to Steph Curry, like that's not a title team.
I'm with you on that. Yes.
So that's where when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, I think his ceiling is probably in that range where he needs another all-star caliber player next to him.
Yeah, and who's that going to be? Like that's why I think that's so much why we've been so obsessed with like, all right, you're taking these big swings as Kyle's internet went out. That's fine.
Can I point something out for the people that are watching? Like, look at the podcast. Look at the podcast up in the corner. Deuce and Mo podcast. Look at the little old radio show in Sacramento, California. Take a look at the guy in the storage closet in San Francisco. Everybody talks about big markets. Take a look at the podcast here and then the storage closet.
Oh, look at that view.
Wow.
He's got a window.
You're
look
just
at
showing
that.
off now.
I like those blinds circa 1992. Like really.
The best part of this is a window just to another office.
Yes.
And then outside that is a window to the outside.
Wait, can I just say I was truly expecting this like view of the city,
I was
okay, let's see this.
I was like, can't wait to see Market Street. Let's see this view. Oh,
no.
Okay.
No, don't let anybody tell you.
There's Dan Dibley's office.
Oh my god.
Do you think De'Aaron plays more at the 2 this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird these positions. What are positions anymore?
Right.
I mean, I think he played more off ball last year too, especially with Halliburton. So I imagine, especially in 3-guard lineups, that's what's great about this game now. Like having multiple guys who can handle the rock, who can get to the basket, who can make a play. That's a great thing to have on your team.
Okay. I know everything is positionless. And we talked about Harrison Barnes, like it doesn't matter who's out there on the floor. Like he could be the 4, he could be the 3. It doesn't matter. Have the Kings done enough to separate themselves? Whether
in the West or something?
Well, I'm thinking more specifically of like New Orleans, Minnesota, San Antonio.
Okay, you guys, hear me out and tell me if you agree with this. If this is the direction that they go, what we saw in Summer League, again, just Summer League from this King squad, you saw this buy-in, you saw this defense, you saw this intensity. Let's just say with some of the pieces that are now with the Sacramento Kings, obviously you have someone like Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, Alex Lynn is a big, tough guy. I'm just putting out the toughness out here, right? I believe it, and then Davion Mitchell, that contagious work ethic, toughness. Let's just say that becomes this team's identity and they buy in night after night after night, not on their skill level, not on being every player being an all-star player or anything, but they go into every single game putting that effort and that toughness and that becoming their identity. I believe they could take on some of these other teams and actually get some wins.
Yeah, I mean, I just think on paper. I know what you're saying.
I know.
No, I know what you're saying. I get it. You mentioned like Minnesota. Every time I look at Minnesota, I'm just like, really? But Anthony Edwards showed some great flashes last year. They still have Cat.
But
they've got talent. They've got talent for sure. And then New Orleans, I don't know. Like, I didn't love their offseason, but I step back and go, okay, that was a weird year last year. Like, clearly Stan Van Gundy didn't connect with that group. I think Brandon Ingram's a stud.
Yeah.
And Brandon Ingram kind of had a disappointing year last year. If he bounces back and they got Zion, that's legit. That's two legit guys. So But the supporting cast may not be there. But you're talking about Zion and Ingram, all-star level talents. Edwards, I don't know if he's at that point yet to make that jump, but Cat's been an all-star in this league. So again, Sacramento hasn't had who's their all-star?
Right.
They haven't had one yet.
They haven't had one yet. But I guess my point to the toughness too, I look at a team like the Miami Heat, and so many people want to go Milwaukee or Nets, Milwaukee, and then Heat is like really intriguing to so many people. Well, of course, Jimmy Butler is a great player. Bam is a great player. You add the toughness and PJ Tucker, the shooting, and Duncan Robinson, and then now Kyle Lowry as your point guard. But what you have there truly is that toughness that people are believing in is why they're seeing at that team as a contending team still in the East, as one of the top teams. And my point is, I'm not saying the Kings, the toughness is going to take them completely to the next level, but I think we're going to see a little bit of a shift. Like teams, I'm hoping are going to be like, damn, I don't want to play that team. Like I don't want to play Davion Mitchell. Like he just makes my life hard. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think my issue with that, and I'm with you about Davion, and we've talked about his impact a lot today, but do you have some of the most talented players in this league are wings? Who's guarding these wings? Like Harrison Barnes does an adequate job at times, right?
Yeah.
Mo Harkless for some spot minutes. But again, we're talking about premier wings in this game, and the Kings don't have that at this point, right? Like they don't. They've got a lot of guards and a lot of the rotation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what's difficult to me.
So if you could pick a move to be made, one move, just one, before the season starts, what would it be?
Well, I guess it would be a shooter for a shooter. But what's that mean? Who is that? And when I say that, I mean like Buddy Hield for a different shooter. Who's that different shooter that's available? Exactly. Like, so that's,
I mean, the Siakam one is the one that I would love, but I don't see it. I just don't see it happening. Yep. I think that is like, you look at what the Kings need, an athletic, long player who can score, play some good defense. He'd be perfect. He'd be perfect here. I just don't know you have the assets to get it done.
And if you do, how much better are you if you're adding Siakam, but it means giving up Halliburton or Fox? Because that's what it's going to take to pry him away.
Exactly.
And so once the dust settles on that move, how much better are they?
That's exactly it. And like the whole pipe dream of, hey, maybe you can hit up Masai and Hield and Bagley and some picks. Like it's not happening.
Nope.
Like why are they desperate to get rid of Siakam anyway? Like his stock has never been lower. It hasn't been. He's coming off an injury. He had a tough year last year. Like he's not coming back until December. If you're Toronto, you just hold on to this guy and see how he responds from the injury, the torn labrum, and see how he fits with the guys that you added to this team. And then if he's playing well, maybe you do listen to some of the intriguing offers closer to deadline, but like maximize his value later.
And that's why I think too, even Buddy Hield, assuming that he's starting the season with the Sacramento Kings jersey on, I believe he's the type of guy that wants to be like, okay, let me just showcase the hell out of my talent. Right. Like, and when I say that, I don't think he's going to be, I think he understands as he gets older and older that still means team basketball, because when you just get yours, people shy away from that. They want to make sure that you can be a team player, especially if you're going to be on a losing team. You know what I mean? So for him, I'm hoping that we just get one of the best Buddy Hields that we get, especially on that defensive end, because you see when he puts forth that effort on that end of the floor, good things happen.
What are you guys going to do the next couple of weeks?
We got a lot planned, man. It doesn't stop. You know what? I don't care if it's going to be a slower. Yeah. I mean, we had Chris Haynes, Bobby Jackson today. We have Sharif Abdur-Rahim next week, the president of the G League. Tisha Penichero coming on the podcast.
Benjamin Button.
Yes.
She
and then
ages backwards.
Deuce said I could have a vacation in September. So
maybe.
Yeah,
was that before or after he hit you in the head?
Thank you. And then our HR department, I guess Deuce is the head of the HR department. So
he's a physical podcaster.
I just get animated. I'm animated.
Very
and we could have one more. I can't even say who it is. There's a potential as a big guest that we're potentially recording Sunday. I feel good about it. They hit us up. So no, I think a lot of what's coming up on the Deuce and Mo podcast. Well, hopefully there's some big news that breaks, but we're gonna have plenty of conversations coming up with cool people.
It's Kyle
Great
Madsen.
tease.
That is a great tease. I'm like, wait, who is it? That's a good
I'm
one.
locked in. I can't wait.
It would be probably one of the biggest guests we've ever had on the podcast.
If it happens.
It's going.
He feels
Morgan.
good
I'm
about
coming
it.
on, guys. I'll come on.
Yes.
Fine.
Okay.
There we go. It's Kyle
Ah.
Madsen's going to be on the show.
You spoiled it.
You're gonna react to 49ers Chargers preseason game there.
Oh,
Is
I
there
can't wait.
a non-basketball story you guys are excited about? Like, is there something outside of the world of the Kings that you're like, oh, this is good stuff right
I
here?
love that I'm shaking my head. I guess for me, it's just 49ers football. It's what we're seeing from Trey Lance. It's like the excitement of knowing, like, hey, when Jimmy Garoppolo has another knee injury, at least there's something to back him up.
Jesus.
Okay, little mean.
I mean,
that is
how
mean.
about
That is
like
mean.
maybe he just gets off to us? I mean, he may not win the job. Shanahan's talking about it today. Shanahan's like, oh, it's kind of an open competition. That's intriguing to me. I think the San Francisco Giants too. Like just seeing, okay,
Sure.
this season has been improbable.
Mhm.
It's crazy. Like the fact that it'd be one thing. It's like, hey, they're above 500. No one would have thought that, but for them to continue playing at this level and how they've kind of pieced it together, it's this combination, just such a weird combination of players. And then you've got Brandon Crawford, who looked like dead at some points in the last couple of years, and now he's having this monster year, gets an extension. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. So I think it's going to be intriguing to see what they do come playoff time, if they can make like a legit run, because it would be one of the better stories that it really sports the last few years.
Well, you won't have to fill time for too long. The first preseason game is like 7 weeks away or something like that, which means training camp isn't that far away, which means we're going to be diving headfirst into a brand new Kings season not very long from now. So will you let Morgan have a vacation?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I'm all I'm asking is like,
What's that first preseason game? King
the
Suns?
the fourth,
King Suns?
I think.
Davion about to shut down Chris Paul? Or Devin Booker?
And Devin
The world?
Booker at the same time.
Yes.
Good at the same time.
And campaign.
They're
all
at
done.
the same time.
Sure.
And you know what? He's going to guard DeAndre Ayton because he could pretty much do everything out there.
They don't even bring the rest of the roster. They just say,
Thank you.
Vivek's dream of 1-on-4 basketball is finally going to work.
And
There you go.
that seems like the appropriate place to end this. Hell of a tease for upcoming episodes of the Deuce and Mo podcast. You can check that out on YouTube, on Twitch, on the Odyssey app, or wherever you get podcasts from. Guys, we appreciate you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll come back with more. We'll talk a little bit about those Giants that Deuce just mentioned right there. Terrell Owens and Jerry Rice, best wide receiver duo ever. T.O. thinks so. We'll dive into that, and we'll rank the NFC West. All of that is coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
By the way, great tweet that I didn't even consider.
amazing.
From John, who said he screen captured a shot of this show from YouTube and said every single one of these people are at one point part of KHDK. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point.
Whoops.
Bye.
Wait. Is he doing? Are you walking around the office with that?
Oh,
Okay, I want to do a podcast that way. That'd be so cool.
no.
What is happening?
I
Whoa!
was going to go into this different office that it has a little bit more light and whatnot, but it turns out it's a lock.
I feel like
Dan-
you're about
Danny
to
in
do
San
stand up.
Francisco.
Or you should interview
You
someone.
guys want to
on
go
your-
see Danny?
Man on the streets.
Danny, you're live.
What's your favorite Barbara Streisand song?
This is
Is Dibley already gone?
Oh, hey.
why do I
Dibs is
feel
gone.
like
There's Danny.
Oh, there's
I hear him through his door.
There's somewhere.
Like, how loud is he?
Yeah, he really does
Okay,
have this on loud.
I need to know about this technology you have right now because wait, you can wirelessly do a podcast with a mic?
I think it's plugged in. There you go.
Oh, okay.
See?
Never
No,
mind.
I love that you just-
there's those guys.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Hey, guys.
Where's the studio? Where's the studio?
That was the studio.
That was the control room, Morgan. Right?
Yeah, no, the studio is right. Yeah. right there. Yeah.
Okay,
Big
great view of it.
Wow.
Yeah,
You
it's
You want to go
amazing.
see in there? You want to see in there?
Yeah, I
Okay, here you
do
go.
kind of want to see in there.
All right, there you go.
Oh,
There you
we
go.
are.
There you go.
Ray
That's
Ratto.
it.
Hey, what's up,
Matt
guys?
Golsky,
Joe.
David Bruce. What's
It's a
up, guys?
hard-working group right
Yeah.
there. Okay.
95.7 The Game.
This is actually really cool.
For those who don't know, Deuce Mason was working at 95.7 The Game on the first day of that station
Wow.
Really?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, that's right.
with the Rise Guys as the producer of the
Actually,
Rise
recently
Guys.
learned that. Nice.
The launch of
Wow.
that station.
I remember. Okay.
Wow.
I did not
Yeah.
know that. That's spectacular. Oh, and
Was
here
it, that
we
was
see-
August
back-
August 1st, 2011.
Every year,
Wow.
I hear about it on August 1st. It's been 9 years
It's been
since
t-
I was
Yeah, it was-
there.
It's crazy.
10 years this year.
That's crazy.
Exactly.
10
This
year
year,
anniversary.
10
Yeah,
year.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Anyway,
So,
well, you guys have a good rest of the show.
Yeah.
Kyle, good seeing your voice or seeing
Yep,
you.
it's
Yes, seeing your
It's-
voice.
there
Yes,
you
I
go.
actually could see
Yes.
it, man.
Yeah.
Great to hear your face, man.
Yes.
Bye,
All right,
All
guys.
right. See you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
see you guys.
That's good stuff.
They're
This
fun.
is a fun little tour. I liked it. It's good
Yeah, I was
stuff, man.
hoping because it gets a little loud here in the hallways, and I was hoping to use our old digital office, but that has been apparently locked.
Oh,
Fingers crossed I get to be in there tomorrow. I'm gonna go find a key for it. Anyways, no, I'm
Yeah,
not
I was-
going into the bathroom.
as
Not doing
as Jesse just said in my ear, there's a very big difference between the offices that he just saw and the ones that he sees every day. Very, very big difference between Odyssey Sacramento and Odyssey San Francisco.
Oh,
Good
in a
stuff.
good or a bad way?
It's different. It's
It's different.
poor Kyle's in a very small gray room right now.
Yeah. I mean, I could spruce it up. I just this is an office that nobody uses, which is why. Oh, hey, there goes somebody. Who is that? I don't know. But yeah, nobody uses this office, so that's why I'm in here.
Yeah,
That's why there's
so
no decorations.
I don't think that's a Black Bottle Boys hat. Is that a big baller brand hat? What is that?
No, it's the Birmingham Black Barons. It's the Negro League team that Willie Mays played for,
Let's.
and the Birmingham.
Oh, good. You're freezing again. That's not going to cause me any angst at all for the next hour and some change. I got a hat too. I won't put it on. I got a hat.
Oh my god, that's so sick.
I got a hat with 3 B's on it. I almost wore this on Saturday.
That's so sick.
No one would have.
Why didn't you?
Hang on. If you're not watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320, you missed an interesting tour of the 95.7 The Game studios in San Francisco. A lot of fun there from Kyle Madsen, who officially joins us here on the program. Kyle, always great to have you. Plenty to talk about here today. We'll really dive into some football stuff tomorrow. There's some football related stuff to dive into today. There's a quarterback battle tonight. There's a legit quarterback battle, and it sort of makes me sad. Cam Newton versus Mac Jones.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at this point, what Cam Newton is now.
Oh, that's the part that hurts me, man. I'm not
Yeah.
prepared for Cam to be washed.
Well, you've had 3 years. Like he
You don't have to be a
hurt.
jerk about it.
He hurt his foot and then he hurt his
Yep.
shoulder, and he just hasn't been the same.
He had it, and it's not. It's just the shoulder, man. It feels like I was really hoping Bill Belichick would just dial up a play 40 yards down the field, first play of preseason, to show everybody, yo, Cam can throw. And I don't think he threw the ball past the line of scrimmage one time in that game. Like, Mac Jones is going to be the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots. Like, I've just kind of like accepted that.
Probably. Cam doesn't offer enough as a runner anymore to make up for what he lacks in arm talent at this point.
And
Like
what
I
is
said,
he,
I want to
31?
say 30. I think he turns 32 this year. He's older than I thought he was, but you forget, like, he got drafted 10 years ago.
Yeah.
This is his 11th year in the league. He's been in the league for a long time. And he's had a really nice career. It's just if you're a big, fast quarterback who plays as physical as he does, your game's not going to age great. And that's where we're at with him. It's okay. It's all right. He had an amazing career.
I'm just not ready. Like, I'm just not ready for Cam. The last time Cam was healthy, he was playing like an MVP.
Right. But then he got unhealthy and now he's not healthy anymore. Yeah. And I guess
in football, once you get hurt, like you never really become healthy again. Especially when you're talking about like shoulders. Like Andrew Luck hurt his shoulder. He was like, forget it. I'm out.
He's quit.
I'm done. Well, he didn't quit. He retired. He's just like, I'm done. I don't need to do this anymore. I don't know why I felt the need to. I don't know why.
No, you're right. No, because quitting has a negative connotation.
Yeah.
No, he retired. You're right.
Just like, I don't need to do this anymore.
Right. But with Cam,
I'm not going to be Cam Newton. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done being Cam Newton. But no, it's just I think he's one of those players. I see it in the NBA a lot. Like Al Jefferson. Al Jefferson just got into the league like 15 years too late. Al Jefferson would have been awesome in like the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
But Cam Newton, like if he comes into the league now or in the last couple of years where coaches are better at building teams around a quarterback with his skill set, where they protect their quarterbacks better, where a coach now would take him in. And I think the 49ers are going to have to do this with Trey Lance, where they say, you can't play football like a linebacker at this level. You can't lower your shoulder and finish runs because you're not going to railroad linebackers anymore. They're going to hit you back. And they would protect him and put him in a system from day one that was going to not only maximize his talent, but allow him to stay healthy for longer. And I think that would have elongated his career. Like Cam just got into the league 7 years too early.
And Cam got in the league where they just officiated him differently because he played quarterback like a linebacker, like you just said right there. Like he invited contact, he hits, and when he got hit behind the line of scrimmage, it was, you're used to it. We don't need to throw a flag there. And I thought I thought this was ultimately going to work out. He's got a nice little payday for the year, but everything leads me to believe. Now, I don't expect Bill Belichick to take the podium tomorrow and say Mac Jones is my starting quarterback for week 1. That's not his style. But I fully expect the Thursday before the NFL season starts for Bill Belichick to take the podium and say Mac Jones is my starting quarterback. I don't know what Cam could do that could change that. And I don't think Mac Jones was particularly great. I just don't know what the point in starting Cam Newton is based on what you've seen now. I don't know what they see in practice. And that could be entirely different than what we see in the preseason. But I don't know what the point in starting Cam Newton would be if it's kind of a wash between the two quarterbacks. You probably want to play your draft pick.
Right. And that was the whole thing is during the Mac Jones thing with the Niners draft, it was, well, he's more pro ready. They can play him right away. And the argument was, well, they don't necessarily need to have a pro ready day one quarterback. They can bet on the ceiling or they can bet on the higher ceiling of a guy who may not be ready week 1. And that's why they ended up going with Trey Lance. And if he ends up winning the job and he shows that he's ready, that's great. That's just a bonus. But Mac Jones was deemed to be kind of more pro ready from the jump. And like you said, if he's ready to go, there's no sense in sitting him and burning a year on his rookie contract. Like that wouldn't make a ton of sense, especially if Cam Newton is equal to him at this point.
It's actually really sorry.
No, that was just it.
That was the end of the point.
Yeah, that's where I was at.
It's interesting on both sides of the field tonight too, because the Eagles, they got Jalen Hurts out there, and I feel like the Eagles want to do everything to not make Jalen Hurts their starting quarterback. I don't know. I don't even know. Was there other option? Joe Flacco? Isn't he their other quarterback?
Yeah,
is this really a conversation? Like, what are you doing? And I know that I don't know this. I have read, like many other people have, I believe their eyes are on Deshaun Watson. But you don't have Deshaun Watson right now. There's no telling whether you're going to be able to get Deshaun Watson before the season starts. There's no telling whether Deshaun Watson is going to be able to play this season. You got Jalen Hurts. Give him an opportunity to be a quarterback. He certainly wasn't bad in his time last year. And what the hell are you even thinking considering Joe Flacco?
If you put Joe Flacco in because you think that if Nick Sirianni, their head coach, watches those two players play and walks away going, Joe Flacco gives us a better chance to win than Jalen Hurts, then he needs to be fired, because that is just not, that's not maximizing what Jalen Hurts can do. Jalen Hurts may not be a great thrower yet. He wasn't, awesome at it in college, but he's great at extending plays, keeping his eyes down the field. He's got a good arm and he can run. If you can't generate more yards with him and more points with him than you can with Joe Flacco, this version of Joe Flacco, you're doing it wrong. You're supposed to, if you're the Eagles, you drafted Jalen Hurts and then got rid of Carson Wentz, knowing that Jalen Hurts was going to be your guy. If you're now hiring a coach that isn't maximizing your young quarterback and instead goes with a mid-30s Joe Flacco, that's bad. That's bad for your team. And it's a
Joe
bad
Flacco's
hire
only in his
before even playing a game.
mid-30s.
Maybe late 30s, 36, 35.
I would have guessed 48, 49. Like, how long has he been doing that? How long ago was that?
2008.
How long ago was that freaking Super Bowl? Like, geez almighty. How did you not learn your lesson the year with the Ravens? Didn't we like, you literally took him off of your team and watched a rookie lead you to the playoffs and has led you to the playoffs repeatedly and has now put you in the conversation as a Super Bowl contender because of the quarterback change. Like, if you're right. People got to be fired if Joe Flacco even sniffs the starting quarterback position week 1. Take the Eagles away from Philadelphia.
Joe Flacco is 4-5, just to your point, in Lamar Jackson's rookie year. Lamar Jackson comes in and goes 6-1. And I think we're so ingrained as football fans. We're so ingrained to look at the drop back and pass passer. How does he throw it? Can he throw it? And I think that's so ingrained that we haven't quite caught up to the modern NFL, where coaches are figuring out how to utilize quarterbacks who can run and can effectively utilize those quarterbacks and draw up easier throws. So a player who may not be able to sit back there in the pocket and pick a defense apart can still beat a team with their arm.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think people look and go, oh, maybe Joe Flacco over Jalen Hurts. Like, no, not Joe Flacco over. That's never a thing.
How similar is that to Andy Dalton over Justin Fields? Like, and I think, and to be fair,
worse.
I think
it's worse.
Okay.
There should be.
I was going to say, I think Andy Dalton has more legs than Joe Flacco, but apparently you disagree. I think they both stink, by the way, for the record.
No, he does. But Justin Fields was the number 11 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Fields was a 2-year starter at Ohio State and dominated.
Yeah.
There should never be a planet where Andy Dalton is giving you a better chance to win than Justin Fields. We saw what Andy Dalton can do last year with the Cowboys.
Oh my
and that
gosh.
was a loaded Cowboys team. And they were if your goal is to be that stinks. And Justin Fields, just like, he looked the part. And I know it was a preseason game, and I know he's going to have his ups and downs. He's going to have his hiccups. But by week 10, the ceiling for your offense is going to be so much higher. And I think that's the argument for Trey Lance. You know what Jimmy Garoppolo is going to give you. You kind of know what your ceiling is with Jimmy Garoppolo, whereas Trey Lance may have those hiccups, those rookie bumps, those rookie bruises. But by the time he figures it out, you're going to soar in a way that you would never do with Jimmy Garoppolo, or in the Bears case with Andy Dalton.
I want to talk more about Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, and I want to talk about the NFC West as well. There's a number of other things I want to talk about. We're getting settled in with Kyle. We've got plenty more show ahead. Check us out, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're on the Odyssey app if you're getting out of the car and you're afraid you're going to miss something. If not, don't go anywhere. A lot more ahead as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm gonna grab my juice and I'll be right back.
Awesome.
Talk to the people.
I'm going to talk to the people. I agree with Romanowski that Garoppolo should probably start, though. There's just little things with Lance that. Oh boy, here we go. I froze. I think I'm back. No, I agree with that, but I think the leash on him should be pretty short if if they decide at some point that Lance is ready. But on the other hand, like Lance isn't going to get a ton of first team reps. So he's not going to have like a ton of chances to prove in practice, like, hey, I'm better than Jimmy. I think it's going to have to be a thing where Garoppolo's play falls off quite a bit for Lance to take over. The A's did salvage again today. They needed that one bad. Shout out to Matt Olson. That was big. Man, this is, hey everybody. As long as they can protect us. I think Matt Nagy's a good enough play caller that they can move the pocket around and stuff. And not have to start Dalton. I would get Justin Fields on the field ASAP. Like that Matt Nagy, that team needs to win. You can't mess around with Andy Dalton. Jeez, you can't mess around with Andy Dalton, and let him start you out 0-3 before making a change that you should have started from the jump. Poker Pro Eric, it's 17 games now, actually, not 16. That's the thing. Like with Garoppolo, someone said, someone said something about the Eagles. Real quick on Garoppolo though. Peter King had Garoppolo's over under on starts at like 10, and he was like, I'm leaning to the over. It's like, dude, what evidence do you have that Jimmy Garoppolo can start 10 games? Like he's done it he's done it once. Like get me 10 healthy games of Jimmy Garoppolo first. Don't you agree Howie Roseman should be fired? You can't start Hurts over Wentz. Hire a coach for Wentz. Trade Hurts for Watson. No, I think you can do that. If you can trade for Deshaun Watson and he's going to be able to play for you, that's a good thing to do. But I do think Howie Roseman, a lot of the sheen from his Lombardi trophy that he led them to is starting to wear off because they are kind of a disaster. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jimmy resting week 17. Okay, that's fair. Man, I know John. Is John Bull still in here? I know he's a Bears fan. Does he want to see Justin Fields week 1? Because one of my best friends is a Bears fan, and he's like, start Fields. What are we doing?
I don't know.
If there was any chance that Andy Dalton was like good, like if there was any chance that he was going to be like good and get them to 13-4, I would feel different, but you're not going to win with him. So I don't know what the point is of starting Andy Dalton. Damien, how many Sublime songs have you listened to in your life?
I'm going to guess none.
I would have set the over under at 1.5. You've definitely heard Santeria.
I probably heard or listened to. Probably, I'm sure I've. Yeah, I'm sure.
Like you've never been like, "Hey, cut on the." Cut the Sublime on.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's not happened.
You don't. Wow, that's interesting. So, do Bears fans that don't want Justin Fields to start? Is it just like? Is it just you don't want to be hurt?
Hang on. Kyle Mattson here with me on Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Let's just pick up the conversation where it left off. We were talking about quarterbacks, and the backup quarterback conversation continued in the chat throughout the break. And you asked a question to some of the Bears fans who are in the chat, and there are a couple. I think John Bull has gone about his day, which I can't believe he left an hour early. But hey, I get families, kids, jobs, stuff like that.
I don't.
And Manny's a big Bears fan, but you asked, Bears fans, because we were talking about Jalen Hurts and the situation with Joe Flacco and those guys, and Jalen Hurts not being named the starting quarterback for week 1. Is that going to wind up being Joe Flacco? You asked the question, do Bears fans want to see Justin Fields start week 1? And what would be the reason for not wanting Justin Fields to start week 1 with Andy Dalton as your other option?
So someone in the chat said, and this seems to be the sentiment, they don't trust the offensive line and they want Andy Dalton to take.
Right.
But Okay, but the offensive line is going to be the offensive line.
Yeah.
Whether he starts in week 4 or week 1. So if you think that Andy Dalton's going to go in there and get crushed and if you think that Andy Dalton is going to get beat up so badly that he's going to be unavailable to play, then you should redshirt Justin Fields. If you think the offensive line is so bad that you're not confident starting Justin Fields week 1 because of the offensive line and you think he's going to get hurt, that's going to be the case in week 1 or 4 or 10 or 18. So if you're scared of that, then you need to sit him for the year. If that's your fear and the reason you're not starting him, then you shouldn't be playing him at all.
What do you think is the reason? Like, do you believe Jimmy Garoppolo starting week 1?
Yeah. Yes. That was a weird thing that just happened in my voice.
I was like, that's not very definitive, but okay, that's a little bit more definitive the way you said it the second time. But why so definitive in that?
Because the way the 49ers have presented this is it's Garoppolo's job, and he would have to lose it and not play well, while Trey Lance would simultaneously have to play well enough to earn the starting job. It was never going to be Jimmy Garoppolo is playing awesome, so is Trey Lance. Lance is going to start. Just because there's not enough time. He's a rookie still. There's not enough time for him to get all the little minutia down that you get from just playing in games to overtake Garoppolo if Garoppolo is playing well, because Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't stink. That's the thing that kind of has gotten lost in all this. Garoppolo is pretty good. And to have a rookie beat him out, and this is what Kyle Shanahan has said, would take a lot. And Garoppolo hasn't been playing bad enough that Lance could overtake him. So I think Garoppolo is going to start week 1, and I think he's going to have a relatively short leash, though.
Okay. That's interesting. That's a perfect lead into this, because we've talked a lot about ceilings today. And, you know, you were part of the conversation about De'Aaron Fox and Jason Tatum and some of these other, you know, Luka Doncic and these great young players in the NBA. Have we seen Jimmy Garoppolo's ceiling? Has he hit it as a quarterback?
I don't think so. But at the same time, I thought that going into last year. So going into last season, because in 2019, he was like 3,900 yards, 24 touchdowns or 25 touchdowns, whatever it was, and 13 picks or whatever his numbers were. And I thought, like, well, there were a bunch of games that they shut him down because they were winning by a bunch. You know, I think that like 4,500 yards, you get him to 30 touchdowns and like 10 interceptions. That's a really good year. And I think he can get there. But I don't know if A, he can stay healthy enough to get there. And B, I don't think that he's good enough throwing the ball down the field, and he's decisive enough throwing the ball down the field to get to that next step, because that's what it's going to take. Is can he stretch the ball down the field into the second and third level with any kind of consistency? And he hasn't shown that ability. And I know he was hurt last year and he came back from the ankle and maybe wasn't fully healthy, but I'm just way less confident now that he has that 4,500 yard, 30 touchdown season in him. And if he comes out this year and he's moved laterally as a quarterback, and he still, you know, has some turnover issues, and, you know, they're having to do a lot of dink and dunk stuff, I think Shanahan's going to look at it and go, look, we can't keep up with the Seahawks. We can't keep up with the Rams. We can't keep up with the Cardinals. That's just in the division, much less whatever the heck the Packers are going to be doing, and possibly Justin Fields and the Bears. Like, the NFC is going to be loaded. The Buccaneers, like, the NFC is going to be loaded, and you're going to need to be able to score points. And if their point production is going to be relying solely on Kyle Shanahan's play calling, that's not going to work. So I think Garoppolo is going to have a little bit of a leash, but I think his ceiling is very close to where he was at in 2019.
Okay. That's a great tease for something we're going to talk about here in a couple of minutes. Yes. Very, very, very well done, radio guy. The Rams, keeping up with the Rams, keeping up with the Seahawks. We'll dive into all of those things. Let's step back to a 49ers past just for a second, because this caught my attention and I wanted to ask you about it, because you are the Prince of Niners Wire. Terrell Owens said he and Jerry Rice, greatest wide receiver duo of all time. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Like, the two best receivers to ever play together.
That's what I did too.
There's so much
I overanalyzed the question and I looked at it like, yeah, of course. There's no way there's a better duo than Terrell Owens and Jerry Rice.
Yeah, if you're just talking like Jerry Rice is the best receiver of all time, I'm not in the Randy Moss camp. I'm sorry.
No, I think Jerry Rice is probably the greatest football player of all time.
Okay, all right, so we're there. If Jerry Rice is 1, there's an argument to be made that Terrell Owens is like 3 or 4.
Who's 2? Randy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Randy Moss is up there. I think Larry Fitzgerald very much belongs in the conversation.
Sure.
People would argue Calvin Johnson, even though he didn't have the longevity, his dominance over his 8-year career or whatever it was. So I'll accept all those arguments.
Calvin Johnson, 2021 49ers wide receiver. That's just my opinion.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Just
that's
my
right.
opinion.
That's right. So there's all these names you can throw out. I don't know that there's ever been. Maybe when it's all said and done, you'll be able to point like, oh, DeAndre Hopkins and Larry Fitzgerald, but I don't think that's correct. I don't think Calvin Ridley is ever going to get to that level with Julio Jones. I think Julio Jones at this point is maybe a little bit too old and banged up to get there with AJ Brown with the Titans, and AJ Brown has a long way to go too. But yeah, I would accept that argument. But if somebody wants to say like, oh, Chris Carter and Randy Moss, I would hear it, but I think I'm riding with T.O. on this one.
Yeah, you also look at like what did they produce when they were together? Like that's the only thing that gave me pause is like where was Jerry in his career when Terrell Owens was there? And then I realized, wait a minute, like Jerry was great with the Raiders. Like, wait a minute, like Jerry was never like not great. And T.O. of course said in that same interview he could play. I think he's 47 now.
Yeah.
He could play in the NFL. And again, having seen him, like, yeah, I mean, there's a reason you weren't getting picked up by teams there at the end, whatever that reason may be. But could you go out there, run routes, and catch passes? I believe it.
I don't know if he could get open at this point, but yeah, I think he could. I mean, he certainly looks the part, right? Speaking of Jerry Rice on the Raiders, I think you have to give an honorable mention to Jerry Rice and Tim Brown. They were both really good on that Raiders team that went to the Super Bowl. One quick thing on Terrell Owens, and maybe the most underrated part of his career for me was his season with the Cincinnati Bengals in 2010 at age 37, where he played 14 games and had 72 catches for 983 yards and 9 touchdowns.
Wasn't that his last
37. Year? Yes. He was unbelievable.
How was that his last year?
Because I think it was just a point like, okay, he's 38. He's not going to get more productive than that. And he's a pain in the ass. I think that's probably what people were looking at. Although if you go watch the 2011 Niners, he would have been better than Braylon Edwards.
He was at the training camp. If my timeline is right, what year was that with the Bengals?
2010.
He was at the training camp, Russell Wilson's rookie year.
Yeah,
with the Seahawks, because I had tickets. It was a week 2 game, Seahawks Cowboys in Seattle. And I remember thinking when the schedule came out, I had the tickets. I remember thinking, I'm going to get to see T.O. This is dope. I'll get to see T.O. as a Seahawk. This is legit. And I'll get to watch the Cowboys play. This is awesome. And he got cut. He didn't make the team, and he was never on a team after that. That's crazy to me.
I'm imagining his personality with like just in that Seahawks kind of that span of time, that 2011, his personality with like Golden Tate and Doug Baldwin and Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor and Richard Sherman would have been unbelievable.
Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, you just brought in a high-paid quarterback who had his job taken from him. Just like completely ripped away from him. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. Kenny Caraway out this week. He'll be back next week. Happy to be joined by my man, the Prince of Niners Wire, the host of Candlestick Chronicles, and he holds many duties over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco as well. Kyle Matson, very familiar here to the airwaves in Sacramento. While we're talking about the Seattle Seahawks, I want to I'm curious, and we'll hold off on a minute. We'll hold off on it for a minute, but I'm curious to get your thoughts on this year's version of the Seattle Seahawks. And I'm curious about your thoughts on this year's version of the Rams and really the NFC West as a whole. Because we've spent a lot of time, rightfully so, talking about the San Francisco 49ers in this quarterback battle between Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance, or perhaps there isn't a quarterback battle at all, but we're certainly going to be watching that quarterback position really, really closely. And I think it's safe to say we all expect the team to do well. We expect them to be significantly better than they were last year because of how devastated they were by injuries. And if you just eliminate, you can't eliminate injuries in football, but if you just eliminate ones to the cornerstones, if you eliminate anything happening to number 97 and you eliminate anything happening, I would normally say Jimmy Garoppolo, but in this case, I'm going to say George Kittle. If you can eliminate injuries happening to those two guys, man, I think you're in much better shape, though I hate to read that Trent Williams was held out of practice again today because his knee is still banged up from Monday.
Yeah, Shanahan said he would have practiced like if it was a game week, and he said they expect him back next week. Now, if they go into that third week of the preseason where they're operating third preseason game is third preseason game. It's not all the starters sit. It's the full dress rehearsal. Because remember, when it was third game would be full dress rehearsal.
Yep.
Fourth game starters would sit. They're just limited to fourth game. That's how the Niners are playing it. So I think they want Trent Williams to play in that third one. At least get a series or two. Now, if they come out next week and are like, actually, yeah, he's going to sit, then I think you start to worry a little bit. But he had his knee drained, so they're letting him chill. There's no need to put him in live practices and then in a live game coming off an injury for his first game of the year. So yeah, I think not worried now, but if they come out and push him next week out, that would be a problem.
I love that we say, yeah, this guy got his knee drained. Like it's no big deal. Like they just didn't stick a needle in his knee and like remove fluid from it that's not supposed to be there. We say things when we talk about sports that are kind of a big deal, and we act like they're totally not.
Yeah, just an ankle sprain. He'll be out 3 weeks. Like ouch.
Just elevate it. That's fine.
Yeah, just ice and stim.
Just put a pedal under it, and you'll be fine.
It's reaching that point with like ACLs. Like ACL, all right, he's just out for the year. That's it. And then he just comes back and everything's fine. It's crazy.
I feel like the only thing that gets people's attention anymore is the Achilles, and I think we saw an Achilles injury today. Not on the 49ers. Was it Carl Lawson?
Yeah, with the Jets.
I think that's the only one where people go, oh shoot, that's too bad. Yeah. Or the Dak Prescott, the very visual injuries. Those are the ones that I think those are the two things that get people's attention. But you're right. Like ACL, oh, okay, they'll be back next year. No big deal.
Yeah. No, he's out. Like it's bad in the moment, but nobody last year, when Nick Bosa went down, for example, it was like, oh gosh, how do they generate pass rush now? It wasn't like, oh gosh, his career. It was, okay, well, at least it happened early, so he'll be back by week 1 next year. Like, that's nuts. That's totally insane.
Yeah.
Modern medicine.
Yeah. Well, I think back to, was it Karis LeVert, who suffered a compound? He suffered a gross, and he was back the year. He was back that same season. He's like, nope. No, we know what it looked like. It was clean. It was a clean break. He was back playing basketball that season. Wow.
Of course it was a clean break. We all saw it. It was there. Didn't even X-ray.
Yeah, we didn't need to order the $50,000 MRI to determine what just happened to Karis LeVert there. But he made it back. He was back playing that season.
Isn't that always the thing though? Like bone injuries are better than ligaments. Like, he snapped his ankle in half, but the ligaments remained intact, so everything's fine.
Yeah.
What? He snapped his ankle.
Foot was dangling. Those were the ligaments. The ligaments were holding the foot up. It was just the bone that was in 2 pieces. So we're good. Being a sports fan is weird. Like we talk about shipping guys, like we're rooting for guys, I'll trade this person somewhere else. Yeah, uproot his entire family and his life where he's been the last decade and send him somewhere else because we've got a better idea here for our team.
You know which one got me bad in terms of this like sports fandom messes up your perception of life? I went to go make a joke about how old Randall Cobb is when the Packers traded for him. I was like, Randall Cobb's been around forever. Why are they trading for this guy? He is old. He is washed. Randall Cobb is younger than me. It's like Randall Cobb's got to be at least. Oh, he's literally young. Okay, cool. That's where we're at. That's the point of life I'm in. I just turned 31.
That's spectacular.
Nobody
wow,
would sign me
Randall
if I was a
Cobb is
running
under
back.
31?
Yeah, dude. He's like 2 weeks younger than I am. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that line to end that way. But yeah, our perception of age is certainly very, very different as a sports fan, where once you start to have a 3 as the first number, it's becoming, getting up there, like you mentioned, in Joe Flacco's in his mid-30s. God, like, are you sure? Is that accurate?
Yeah,
are you 36. Sure he's not like 42, 3? Like, Joe Flacco is not 5 years younger than me.
Yeah,
no chance. There's no chance.
Like 36. If I have a buddy who's 36, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a young dude. He's still
Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco. It's like, he's ancient. Here's the
and
one.
Yet, go ahead.
Nope, you do it.
We're a well-oiled machine here 4 days into this, folks. Well-oiled machine. The only old guy who's not old is Tom Brady.
Yes.
He's the only old guy who's like not really old.
Tom Brady's 32 still.
At most, he's 32.
Here's another one just on this topic.
Like Tom Brady looks younger than you.
Yeah, absolutely does. I look younger than me too, though, if I shaved, but then I look like a thumb, and so I don't want to do that. If you haven't noticed, I don't have any. I'm bald, and so if I also take this beard off, it's just, dude, I look like this.
It's just skin all over it.
Yep. It's not good. So Cade Cunningham, did you hear what Cade Cunningham said?
About Jordan and LeBron?
Yeah, he has LeBron over Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw this on Instagram, and I was like, I made the mistake of clicking on the comments, and I saw all these people outraged that he would say this. But you have to keep in mind, Cade Cunningham was born in 2001.
Yeah,
he was born like after Michael Jordan's career was over, and he has grown up. So when he was 7, 8, LeBron was coming into his prime as a great all-time NBA player.
Yeah.
Cade Cunningham only knows an NBA where LeBron is going to the finals every year. So of course he thinks that he's better than Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
He's not viewing this through the lens of somebody who saw MJ.
That'll be a fascinating thing to watch, like over the years, like the further and further we get away, now with, some of these players, as you just mentioned, being born in the 2000s, the further and further we get away from Jordan, like how is he revered the same way? Now, unlike guys like Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain or some of those other, guys that people, in my era, Bill Russell really should be, in actuality, for all of us, people who really like basketball, the name that should be referenced, the older player that should be referenced as the greatest of all time, is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yep.
Why he just gets glossed over for Bill Russell, with all due respect to Bill Russell and some of these other guys, is really ridiculous. Like what Kareem did in college and into the pros is just, it's mind-boggling. But unlike all of those guys, you can't watch basketball without seeing Jordan. And I think that's impactful. Like you turn on anything NBA related and you're going to see Jordan. Even if you're just seeing the logo, you're seeing Jordan. And that didn't happen with Kareem. That didn't happen with Bill Russell. And as you grew away from those guys, as those guys got older and the generations got younger, it was they didn't have the same impact as Michael Jordan does on the current NBA. And then you still, you have things like The Last Dance airing. Like 2020 was horrible, just awful. But the funniest thing to come out of all of that was Kobe passes away. And all of these basketball fans are, man, we got to stop doing this, man. Like, I love Kobe. Like, we don't need to compare these guys. We just need to appreciate Kobe and LeBron and Michael Jordan and all this. Those same people, The Last Dance comes out. I told y'all LeBron was trash. I told you he sucked. I told you this Michael Jordan's world. Michael Jordan's still the king. Michael Jordan's still the guy. That was a span of like 4 months. Everyone was emotional over Kobe, and then The Last Dance comes out, and we took that as like a reminder of how great Jordan was. And it's like, okay, let's do a 10-part documentary on some of the teams that LeBron James has dragged kicking and screaming to the NBA Finals. Let's do a 10-part documentary on that.
I don't need a documentary on Mo Williams. That's okay. You can save that. But
Matthew Dellavedova, the stiff stopper.
Yeah,
he got an IV. He went to the hospital.
He did. He ran him ragged.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the impact that Jordan had, though. Like, Jordan was the first guy, like, as the NBA became super popular and was on TV, like, Jordan was the guy. And I think if you just picked up LeBron James' career and put it where Jordan's career was and vice versa, I think LeBron is revered the same way by that generation.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like Jordan was the first guy to do it. He set the bar, and just no one's ever going to be him.
Yeah. You can't replace the first.
Right. But then on the other hand, somebody like LeBron James to Cade Cunningham and people born 2000 and after, or even maybe earlier than that, like, LeBron has always just been the guy. And I think we're going to see a similar reverence. Like, maybe, Michael Jordan to people 30 and older right now, maybe Michael Jordan will always be unassailable. But to that generation after mine, to the Gen Z and later, I think LeBron is going to kind of be held in that same light where no matter what anybody does, you've talked about Jason Tatum a lot today. Jason Tatum, it doesn't matter what he does in his career, LeBron's always just going to be the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be really fascinating to watch over the next 15 years.
I mean, we talked to John Halliburton, Mr. Halliburton, Tyrese's dad, and he said one of the highlights of the season this year was when he got to see when he got to see Tyrese guard LeBron, because he knew what LeBron meant to him. And Mr. Halliburton was like, I'm a Jordan guy, I'm a Magic guy, but I'm like in the Jordan era, like that's my guy. But Tyrese is all about LeBron James. Like, that's what he grew up watching. That's what he grew up seeing. And he knew as his dad, like, what a moment it was for him the first time he got to guard LeBron James. And same thing is going to happen with Cade Cunningham and Jalen Suggs and Davion Mitchell and all of those guys when they get to step on the floor for the first time against LeBron James, when they play the Lakers for the first time. That's going to be a huge moment for all these young people. And they're never going to have that opportunity to do that with Michael Jordan. So he'll always even hold a more special place for them. Like, because even if you're more of like a Jordan guy right now, your mind's going to change when you step on the floor against LeBron James.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there's like, I remember I know I've said this before. I can't stress this enough. Seeing LeBron James in person is something every basketball fan should do.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, there are guys where you see and you're moved by them. Like, when you see LeBron, it's like, oh, okay, we're both humans, we're both men, but we're not the same. Like, we came from different factories. The same thing. The first time I saw Giannis Antetokounmpo in person, it was like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. Like, what is this dude made of?
I had that sensation twice in the span of one outing. It was King Spurs at Arco.
That's a good tease. And you're going to tell us about it. You're going to tell us what that was in just a second. And we're going to dive into the NFC West and how we lay out these teams, because this is a difficult division for the San Francisco 49ers. We're going commercial free until the top of the 4 o'clock hour. We're dealing with KC Return here with Kyle Madsen, sitting in on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. We're clear.
All right. I'm going to run to the restroom.
Okay. Do I need to do another read here? Do we got the Odyssey reads done? Oh, I got to do the wage one. I think I did. I think I did both Odyssey ones. I'm going to do another one just to be sure. Remind me to hit BetQL, like maybe mid. No, I'll pull up the screen so I won't forget it. Okay. All right. Can y'all, if y'all, everyone here still here? Oh, that's a good question. Could y'all hit the thumbs up? We got to get to, we might be there. I didn't check. Sorry. Didn't mean to jump the gun. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, could you? We got to get to that triple digit number so we make sure that the post show views are there. Yeah, we only need 5 more. So if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please do. Don't you think Dr. J was that guy? I feel like Dr. J is more revered. I feel like they kind of diminished Dr. J because of the ABA stuff. And he absolutely should be. I feel like they don't mention him like they should because of the ABA. And it's like, oh, that was, this is before the NBA. He didn't get that full run in the NBA. But I think when you ask people now, oh, Dr. J is absolutely that guy. All of these people that I've had, that I've really been fortunate enough to be in their presence, guys like Jordan and, I remember meeting Bill Russell was a really intimidating experience. Dr. J, in Magic has a really unique, like when you meet Magic Johnson, if you met Magic Johnson on J Street tomorrow, Magic Johnson would make you feel like you knew him forever. When Dr. J walked onto the court I was at a Big 3 game and I was with Amy Trask, and Amy was showing me around and introducing me to everybody. Like, she was just phenomenal. Of all of, like, LL, Ice Cube, Nancy Lieberman, all of these different people that were there, nobody had a presence like Dr. J. I don't know that I've ever been in the presence of anyone who had like an overwhelming, like when they walked in the room, everything stopped and all eyes went to him. Like Dr. J has a presence unlike anyone I've ever been around. And that includes Jordan. It was different settings, but man, that like meeting Dr. J was different. Yeah, I don't think I can absolutely understand why you would say that 100%. And the ABA is I don't know why they do that with the ABA. I met Barry once at the arena and didn't have that feeling because I was nervous. I kind of thought he was going to be a dick. He wasn't at all. But it was just kind of one of those things where it was like, oh my God, that's Barry Bonds. Like, hey, stuck my hand out. Said, I'm Damien. Nice to meet you. I said, hi, Damien. And shook my hand, and that was it.
Magical.
Yeah, well, it was a moment. Okay, Rich is a smart ass. I met Vince once, but it was quick. Like it wasn't even meeting him. It was too quick. Okay, stop it. The new Odyssey exclusive stations are curated for sports listeners just like you. You can find your new summer soundtrack with hundreds of new stations for summer barbecues, road trips, working out, relaxing poolside, or going on vacation. You'll find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero. Your face froze in a spectacular position there just a moment ago. The joys of internet are absolutely fantastic sometimes. Kyle Madsen with me here on ESPN 1320. You had a good tease for us.
Yeah.
Right before the break, we were talking about, you brought up what Kate Cunningham had said about LeBron James and Michael Jordan, and we kind of got into a story about every basketball fan, if you're a Kings fan, get to a Lakers game, see LeBron James in person, get down to the floor when he's working out, see what he looks like up close. Do the same thing for the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis Antetokounmpo, and just their size, their magnitude, their presence is so different. And you said you had a feeling like that one time, and you teed it up beautifully. I'm curious who this was.
So I'm sitting courtside for a Kings Spurs game. I'm working, and it's warm-ups, and I'm looking down and I'm writing.
It's a sad place for Kyle to freeze right there. Like it's like a bad movie, right? Like you get really, really excited for how this is going to pay off, and then and then it freezes, and then like you froze right there. You were courtside, you were working the Kings Spurs, and then you just got the. So,
oh man, brutal. All right. So I'm writing something down. I look up, and walking in front of me was Tim Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like that scene in Jurassic Park where they see the brontosauruses. Because I'd never seen a human that tall before. I'd never seen a legit 7-foot tall person. And just the size of his arms and his hands, it was like. And then, so that was one. The second one was Kawhi Leonard is sitting just to my left, and 2 seats to my left. And a ball rolls over to him, and he reaches down and he picks it up. And I'm like, oh, that's weird. That must be like a small practice ball they use for like shooting drills or something. It wasn't. But his hand, I can't describe to you the.
No, he can't describe to us. See, this is what San Francisco internet gets you. Right here. And I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what I've done to earn, this thing with co-hosts who have internet connections that just beat us over the head.
Boy.
We may need to connect with Danny in San Francisco, given the fact that you're going to be doing 20 hours of radio in Sacramento next week. We might want to talk to him.
I've gotten the go ahead to record this from a place where my internet connection will be better.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. So I'm glad I get the short end of the stick, but Kenny will be good next week. I'm one freeze away from just telling you to get away from me. That's kind of where we are. But Kawhi, I've seen Kawhi Leonard up close. I've seen Kawhi Leonard play ball. I know the hands is a popular story. I know Doris Burke loves talking about the size of his hands. I know that the claw, that's his logo, that's his gimmick. I don't know if I've ever seen it. Like I've seen one thing, like I have a picture somewhere of Giannis Antetokounmpo where it looks like his arms are so long, like he could scratch his ankle without bending over. He's just, and of course they're perfectly proportioned. He's just and this is a whole different type of animal than like NFL players when you see them up close and you realize, like, when I met Rodney Hudson, when I saw the size of Rodney Hudson, I was like, oh my God,
they're just refrigerators.
They're giant human beings, just massive guys.
The other player like that was Eric.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. We have a radio show. Kyle's internet is not cooperating.
You do your thing. I'm going to restart my computer.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Let's try that. You restart your computer and I will just pretend like there aren't people all over, listening on 1320 AM and on the Odyssey app. Appreciate everybody for being patient as we dive into what we were really set to talk about before we got kind of talking about some of these, individuals. It actually ties pretty nicely into what we were just talking about, seeing freakish athletes up close and in person. And I think that was one of the things that people fell in love with so much when they talked about Trey Lance this year, when they talked about Trey Lance at draft time, when they talked about Trey Lance last year, when they did that one game showcase to show off Trey Lance's ability. Was like, yo, this dude is an athlete. And it's kind of been the theme of the week where we talked about, like, does different mean better? Does new mean better? Or is new just new and is different just different? Like, what is the best direction for the San Francisco 49ers to go this year? And, you know, it's a question that has to be asked because this is a really difficult division that the San Francisco 49ers are in. I mean, look around here. Seattle got some questions about. Like, we've got to talk about Seattle a little bit. Because I feel like Seattle is, you know, Kyle and I were talking about yesterday, you know, Portland's got a bad vibe to them. The Portland Trailblazers. Like, the Portland Trailblazers got a bad vibe to them. If something, you know, if the smallest thing happens, it kind of could put an end to that thing. Remember how this all started? Remember following the Super Bowl? Remember Russell Wilson on the Dan Patrick Show? Remember Russell Wilson talking about, I want more input. I'm telling you, and I will maintain this to the grave. Yo, Tom Brady shook the NFL by winning the Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady shook the NFL by winning the Super Bowl at 40-something years old. Tom Brady shook the NFL by going to a team, going to their coach, going to their front office and say, you know who could help us? This guy, this guy, this guy. And you can say whatever you want to about guys like, you know, Rob Gronkowski during the regular season. You can say whatever you want to about guys like Antonio Brown during the regular season, or guys like, who else? Leonard Fournette was there as well. Yeah, maybe it wasn't a big deal. But then the Super Bowl got here, and you saw guys like that come through in the clutch. Rob Gronkowski, Antonio Brown, both of those guys got touchdowns. It could have been an effort by Tom Brady, but it worked. And I think all of these quarterbacks, Karen Rodgers included, Russell Wilson the same. I think all these quarterbacks started looking around going, wait a minute. Why the hell don't I have any say on my team? Why can't I recommend this quarterback? Why didn't my general manager, why didn't my front office, why didn't they talk to me about who they were drafting? Why isn't my front office drafting wide receivers for me and running backs for me and offensive linemen for me? Why isn't my front office doing more to placate me like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did to placate Tom? I'm 6 years younger than Tom. I'm 7 years younger than Tom. I mean, I could do what Tom Brady did in Tampa Bay. Tom shook the league. And he had guys like Karen Rodgers in his feelings. He had guys like Russell Wilson's never in his feelings. Tom Brady had guys like Russell Wilson in their feelings. And Kyle, I think the Seattle Seahawks, as we start to look into the NFC West here, I think they got some Portland Trailblazer vibes out there with Russell Wilson going on the Dan Patrick Show saying, you know, all I want is a little bit of say. All I want is, and he didn't say this, but it was easy to put together, all I want is what Tom got. Tom got to have some input. He won a Super Bowl. That's all I'm asking to do.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think Russell Wilson has it in him to like, you can't, in basketball, it's a lot easier to kind of mail it in. Not to say Damian Lillard would do that. Like with the Blazers.
Oh, for sure.
But Seattle is good enough. Like my thing with the Blazers and thinking the Blazers might implode has a little bit to do with Dame and a little bit to do with, their roster's not very good. Seahawks have a pretty good roster, at least offensively. And Bobby Wagner is still one of the best linebackers in the league. So the Seahawks, I think, are going to be right there and pretty good as long as Russell Wilson doesn't just go, screw this, I'm out.
Yeah, and I'm with you in the sense I don't think that's going to happen at all.
I get why you get those vibes, though.
Yeah, it's just it's also the Russell Wilson. You know, it's the usage rate. Like, I feel like he has to have a usage rate, which isn't a thing in football. But Russell Wilson has to have a usage rate like Russell Westbrook did the year Kevin Durant left the Oklahoma City Thunder. In order for Seattle to be successful, Russell Wilson has to be involved in every single thing that they are doing. Throwing, running, like he is the ultimate catalyst to their success. And if you're an opponent, if you're the Rams, if you're the 49ers or the Cardinals, or if you're any of the other teams that they're playing this year, and you have the ability to shut Russell, if you have the ability to knock Russell Wilson's usage rate down 10%, that's probably 2 more losses. If you knock it down 15 to 20%, that might be 3 or 4 more losses. And all of a sudden now you're out of the playoff conversation. So maybe it's not an implode like a 3 and I'm going to mess up records all year, 3 and 14, but maybe it's something closer to an 8, 9, a 7 and 10, which is something we're not used to seeing from the Seahawks.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about their defense and how good their defense is. And as a result, I have questions about Pete Carroll as a head coach. But the fact that their offensive coordinator is supposedly, from what I understand, reading and listening to things going on in Seattle, they're going to dial up easier throws for Russell Wilson this year, where he's not having to stretch the field so much vertically in the passing game, and making his life a little bit easier, getting rid of the football, where that's how he's not going to get hit as much.
So stretching the field you stretch the field means you're sitting back in the pocket longer and you have more time to get annihilated by the variety of defenses that they're throwing at you. Yeah,
basically. So they're going to dial up easier throws for him. They're still going to get downfield. Like if you have DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and you're not throwing the ball deep now and then, but Pete Carroll's been kind of averse to that. They were doing that a ton last year. They had this huge offensive explosion. Then he had a game, I think it was against the Bills, where Wilson, I think, had like 4 turnovers and Pete Carroll just shut it down. It's like, it's done. We're going back to ground and pound. But like, they're not going to be able to play defense at the level that they did with the Legion of Boom, where they could just, run it and say, Russell, go make a couple plays and have it be good. They're going to need to lean on him a little more if they're going to be successful. And I'm not sure Pete Carroll is a good enough coach to make that adjustment. Like, maybe he is. I'm not saying he's a bad coach, but I have reservations about him that don't allow me to just go, oh yeah, well, they have Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. They're going to be fine.
What is it that you don't like about Pete Carroll?
I think that they had an awesome first couple of drafts with him where they got Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. They got Richard Sherman in the 5th round. They got Cam Chancellor at some point kind of late. Earl Thomas is a 1st round pick. But they drafted Bobby Wagner. Like, they got all these awesome defensive guys who allowed Pete Carroll's defense to play that exact style of defense he wanted to play. It was the perfect set of personnel. Well, now that they've had to make adjustments, especially defensively, they were bad last year. And offensively, he's been bailed out by Russell Wilson. If Russell Wilson, not even usage rate, if he was just 20% worse, if he was a top 12 quarterback instead of a top 4, 5 quarterback, maybe higher, I think the Seahawks are not a perennial playoff team. They're a perennial playoff team because Russell Wilson has bailed them out time after time after time. That's why they play
top 5 quarterback every year.
Right. That's why they play these close games. Kevin Clark from The Ringer has a tweet that said the Seahawks have literally never played in a normal game. And that's because they play in all these really close games where they have to pull it out at the end. We saw it the final week of the 2019 season against the Niners. Russell Wilson had to bail them out, and then Dre Greenlaw gets the tackle at the goal line, and just the Seahawks didn't win the game they've won every time since 2011. And I think that those close games, those weird games, are a result of Pete Carroll's playing style, or the style of football he wants to play. They should be blowing teams out way more often than they do. And they went to the 2 Super Bowls. And I get that there aren't a ton of teams that go to the Super Bowl every single year. And going to 2 is an accomplishment for sure, but they don't look like they're even heading in the right direction. I asked you last night to rank some of the teams in the NFC West, and you said you struggle between putting the Seahawks last or second to last.
Yeah.
And that
was behind, by the way, that was behind 2 different 49ers team, which we'll explain in a minute.
And that to me says if they had an awesome coach And you're going, man, dude, that's Belichick or Mike Tomlin and Russell Wilson. They're going to be in the mix at the top of the division. But you didn't say that. And I think it's partly because there's reason to not super believe in Pete Carroll.
For me, it's more there. I think there are two other things at play. One, I just kind of wonder if this is ending. And I think Russell Wilson started that thought process for me when he, publicly displayed his frustrations with the organization, which is a total anti-Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson ends every interview with "Go Hawks." Like, that's not a Russell Wilson move to come out and to talk about the organization and what he wishes they had done and what should have happened and this and all that different stuff. I also think the division's really good.
Mm-hmm.
So even the two teams that I put at the bottom when you asked me to rank them, which were, I wound up going with Seattle and then I went with Arizona last. I don't think either one of those teams are bad. And I just think the Rams are really good. I'm really curious to see the Rams with Matt Stafford. And I think the 49ers are good. I think the 49ers healthy, with or without Jimmy Garoppolo, with or without Trey Lance, are a really, really good football team. And I don't know what the fall off is between the Rams and everybody else, because I do think, and these aren't statements I should be making. These are questions that I should be asking, because you are the Prince of Niners Wire and the host of Candlestick Chronicles. Are the Rams, like, if you were to rank because I sent you my rankings, but I don't know if you sent me yours. Like, are the Rams the top team in the division right now?
Yeah, I think so. Because the caveat on it was, so do you want to ask the question that I asked you?
So Kyle asked me to rank the NFC, the teams in the NFC West. But the caveat was not just the four teams, it was also the San Francisco 49ers led by Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers led by Trey Lance. Where do I think that those two teams would rank in the division? And for me, I put the Rams first, and I really didn't think about it. I thought, this feels easy. Like, I'm going to put the Rams right here. I think they have the best defense in the division, and their offense is really, really intriguing. I put the San Francisco 49ers with Jimmy Garoppolo second. Now, full transparency, I put the San Francisco 49ers with Trey Lance third. And it's not because I don't think Trey Lance is great. That's not because I'm not thrilled that Trey Lance is the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers or the quarterback that the San Francisco 49ers selected. It's like, I feel like no matter who the quarterback is, the game plan is to utilize all of their talent. On the defensive side of the ball, on the offensive side of the ball, I think we're going to see Trey Sermon, Raheem Mostert, and all the little different run stuff that Kyle Shanahan likes to do. And I think he's going, even if he put Trey Lance out there, even if Trey Lance started week 1, I feel like he's going to baby him for the first few weeks, and you're going to wind up having a Jimmy Garoppolo type game anyways, because we see games where Kyle Shanahan pulls the reins in on Jimmy Garoppolo a lot. Like Kenny always says, Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. Let Jimmy Garoppolo make a mistake. You got like 5 run plays and 2 checkdowns coming up as your next 7 offensive plays. So I think especially when you talk about the first part of the season, I think no matter who the quarterback is, it kind of shakes out the same. So that's why I went with the rankings the way that I did. And then Seattle was third and Arizona was fourth.
I think you're right on the Rams. And the other caveat was health intact.
Sure.
And just because that's so unpredictable. If the Rams lose Aaron Donald, that you feel a lot worse about their defense. But with Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey, combined with Matthew Stafford in an offense as creative as Sean McVay's with his skill set, with Stafford's skill set, like that's going to be a really dangerous offense, I think. I don't write off Stafford because of what he did in Detroit. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier this week. So yeah, the Rams are at the top to me. The Seahawks, like, if their defense is a little bit better, if their defense is 25% better than it was last year, they're super dangerous because of Russell Wilson and because of DK Metcalf and because of Tyler Lockett, and Chris Carson's really good. And they signed Gerald Everett, really dynamic tight end from the Rams. If Pete Carroll takes the training wheels off that offense, they could score a ton of points. And if you tell me like, hey, the Seahawks, were the top 5 scoring offense in the league this year, you feel a lot better about them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where, if you want to argue that the Seahawks could go second, I would buy it. But if you're, I think, looking at talent top to bottom, and you have a fully healthy 49ers team and a fully healthy Seahawks team, I think the 49ers are just a little bit better because I think their depth on defense is a little better.
I feel like things for the 49ers have to go right.
Yes.
Things for the Seahawks have to go perfect.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that's right. But at the same time, I think the Seahawks floor is a lot higher.
Okay.
I think because of what we just talked about, like Russell Wilson's just going to have them in games always.
Yeah.
And I'm penciling in the Seahawks for like 9 or 10 wins. 9-8, 10-7 minimum.
Sure.
And they have a chance to be better than that. The big question to me is the Cardinals. And you talk about Pete Carroll. I maybe keep Pete Carroll's an awesome Hall of Fame coach someday, but I have real doubt about Cliff Kingsbury. And I don't think Kyler Murray's hit his ceiling as a player, but I think he might be hitting his ceiling under Cliff Kingsbury.
Wow. Already.
Yeah.
You didn't get the memo. Cliff Kingsbury was the darling. He's the next Sean McVay.
There
it is. See, we brought up the Cardinals. We brought up Cliff Kingsbury. That's what Cliff Kingsbury does. Cliff Kingsbury froze the internet, but that's okay. That's all right. It's not your fault. It's Danny in San Francisco's fault. But you don't think that you're not high on Cliff Kingsbury, which
why would I be?
Yeah, and I was just gonna say I get it because I wouldn't know how to tell someone, hey, tell me about Cliff Kingsbury. Well, he's really overrated right now. Like that's like because people talk about like the way he's talked about doesn't necessarily match his production.
Yeah, it was like the theory was there. He was this awesome offensive coach at Texas Tech. You pair him with Kyler Murray, who he, recruited, and that doesn't necessarily work in the NFL. It just doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very low on the Cardinals right now because of their head coach, and maybe he turns it around and changes my mind. But I have to see it first.
He needs a productive year. That team faded. It feels like they started really well last year, and then they just kind of like faded. What did they finish 8-8? I feel like that's kind of where they landed.
They were cruising early on, but then like Kyler got hurt, but they said he wasn't hurt, but his rushing production went way down, and that's why I'm still a little bit on the fence because if he was hurt, he's gonna come back this year and be awesome again for 17 games. That changes their outlook a little bit. But if he just kind of stops and has hit his ceiling already, Kyler Murray should not be hitting his ceiling. He's way too talented to already be as good as he's going to be.
Yeah. So,
I mean, he's surrounded by DeAndre Hopkins and whatever AJ Green is going to be at this point, and Rondale Moore they drafted out of Purdue, who's an electric athlete. I guess they have the pieces there, but like Chandler Jones, their defensive end, wants out, and Isaiah Simmons, their stud linebacker, safety, cornerback guy who could do everything, didn't really have a role for them last year. So there's a lot of question marks with the Cardinals. But on the other hand, if at the end of the year all the dust settles and they're sitting there at the top of the division, like you see the path to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not super clear, but
sure. No, I got you.
It wouldn't be like jaw on the floor. Oh my God, how did this happen?
Who's the second? The Rams are the best defense in the division.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay, who's second?
The 49ers.
Okay, that's what I thought. And how big of a is D Ford at this point? Just like a bonus? Like, yo, D Ford is gonna play.
Yeah,
we weren't prepared for that. This is great. I feel like he's just like a extra. He's like you get a free pizza. You bought one, but they're serving up a second one. They're giving it to you for free. You didn't expect it. You're really excited that you got it, but you didn't expect it. I feel like that's what D Ford is. We were trying to talk D Ford into retirement last year so the 49ers could save on this cap money. But when he plays, he's pretty freaking effective. At least the last time he played, he was pretty effective. Like he's got to be a bonus at this point for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, even if you get him for 15 snaps a game, just where you can line him up opposite Nick Bosa or on the same side as Nick Bosa. We saw him do that against Minnesota in the playoff game, and that's a handful for a defensive or an offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're getting a healthy Nick Bosa taking a step up from his rookie year, and you're getting a healthy-ish D Ford that gives you 15 snaps a game, and if Samson Ebukam in his new role, he's a outside linebacker with the Rams. Now he's just going to be like a defensive end. All he's going to do is rush the passer. They think he has the tools to be, a 6, 7, 8 sack guy for them. And if you're getting 5 or 6 from D Ford and Nick Bosa takes a jump up to 11 or 12, all of a sudden that's 3 defensive ends that are putting up big time numbers for you. And that's how their defense is built. So I don't think they were anticipating D Ford playing.
Mm-hmm.
If they get, 17 times, that's way too much math. But if they get 15 snaps a game from him, their defense is better for it. And I don't think they were even expecting it.
How do you rank in this scenario that you created, the 2 different 49ers teams, the Jimmy Garoppolo 49ers team and the Trey Lance 49ers team?
That's for you to answer. I asked you, man.
I answered.
No,
you didn't. I was curious. I'm curious what you think. Like, are they different? Are they the same? I know. And we're talking, for context of the question, we're talking like right now. We're not talking about in the future. We're not talking about later. We're talking about right now. How different are the 2 49ers teams if Jimmy Garoppolo is the starting quarterback and if Trey Lance is the starting quarterback?
I think their ceiling is higher with Trey Lance. So if you're telling me everybody's healthy, I'll take the Lance version, because there's going to be stuff that we're not going to see in the preseason. There's going to be stuff that they do in the run game that just, even if Lance isn't the one doing the running, the threat of it is going to be something that, I mean, look at what Kyle Shanahan did with Robert Griffin III. And I think Trey Lance is going to be a more effective passer than Robert Griffin III was, or an even more effective passer than Robert Griffin III was. So, Washington that year had an awesome running game. I like the Niners ceiling more with Trey Lance. So I'd probably put Lance ahead of Garoppolo. All things remaining the same.
Would you put, like, if you answered the question that you asked me and you were ranking the NFC West teams, but the 2 49ers teams were different, you'd have the Rams, the 49ers with Trey Lance. Would the Seahawks go above the 49ers with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Oh, man. Yeah, because there's an argument to be made that the Seahawks could go ahead of any version of the 49ers.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would probably do that, just because I do think that the ceiling on their offense with Jimmy Garoppolo, we've kind of seen it. And I have some concerns about the Niners defense this year if they are a little banged up, where they're not. There's a real chance that their defense isn't as good as it was in 2019. In fact, I would be surprised if it was that good. And so what does Jimmy Garoppolo do in a situation where, all right, you're not getting 3 additional possessions off turnovers and 2 of them are in your own territory? Oh, and the Rams put up 30 points. Can you put up 34 on the Rams? Like that's where I think the issue with Jimmy Garoppolo comes in. And maybe the reason he would eventually go to the bench is the defense isn't as good. It's a first-year defensive coordinator in DeMeco Ryans. The Niners are sitting there, let's say after 6 games, and they're 2-4. And okay, the offense is scoring 26 a game. Like, the offense hasn't been bad, but the defense is giving up 29 a game. And it's just, they need that little bit of extra on offense. That's where I think the ceiling for Lance becomes a little more important.
That's interesting, because one thing that I've asked that Kenny kind of, I don't want to say he dismisses. He doesn't dismiss it, but I'll ask, you as someone who covers his 49ers team tirelessly, how big of a loss is Robert Saleh?
Man, It could be big because before last year, I think I might have gone like, they can handle it. But what he did last year with their defense and just on the fly making stuff up,
right?
Where they were still not. They should have been abhorrent defensively last year, and they weren't. Like they were not awesome, but they were pretty good. What he was able to do with the pieces he had was super impressive. And that's where, okay, if Nick Bosa goes down, can D'Amico Ryans scheme pass rush? If Jason Verrett goes down or Emmanuel Mosley goes down, Emmanuel Mosley's not practicing this week. He's the other starting corner. He already has a hamstring issue. If you have to start Ambry Thomas, 3rd round pick from Michigan, or Dante Johnson, just kind of journeyman guy, special teams guy, that's a real issue in your secondary. How do you mask it? That's where I think the issue comes. If everybody's healthy and they just get to run their defense, I think it's a pretty negligible difference. But what adjustments does he make if one certain player is just getting destroyed by an offense? Robert Saleh was really good at that, limiting the big plays. That it's definitely a question. It's not something that you can just write off and go, oh, their defense is going to be the same. It's D'Amico. Like, just by nature of D'Amico Ryans having never called a game before. Sure. There's going to be a little bit of a learning curve where there's going to be a couple times this year where it's like, oh man, like they needed to adjust that. And they didn't. But does that mean that they're going to go from 12 wins to 9? No, I don't think so. But if they see some injuries, we could see a scenario where their defense might become a real disaster.
You know what's great about this too? By the way, if you're looking for sports betting content all day long, the BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website. Over 10,000 home and auto connected devices, and at BetQLnetwork.com. This is Wagertainment. Indeed, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day. Insights from local and national experts. Entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network streaming now on Odyssey. We have all of these conversations about, leading into football seasons and teams and 49ers and Rams and Seahawks, and this guy's mad at this guy and how healthy is this guy and all of these different things. And the fact is, every year, multiple teams start the season with us left scratching our head. And if I remember correctly, I think the Rams were one of them last year. The Rams, the way they started the season was like, all right, ain't got to worry about them. And then all of a sudden, the end of the season was like, oh, okay. Now I feel like the 49ers beat them twice last year, I think, which is really odd in the context of their season. But whether it's coaching, injuries, rhythm, weirdness, stuff happens every year that you get 2 or 3 weeks into the season, and we're doing show segments on what's wrong with
right. ...
and you're inserting 2 or 3 different teams there.
You're thinking a couple years ago with the Rams in 2019.
Okay.
That was the year they came on super strong right at the end. Last year, it was really clear that Jared Goff wasn't getting them where they wanted to go. And they lost to the Jets at the end of the year.
Did they win the division last year?
The Rams?
Yeah.
No. Seattle did.
Oh.
I think.
It feels like an eternity ago. I have no idea.
Man, last year was just a blur.
Yeah. This year's blurry. last year was a blur, and this year's blurry.
That whole thing about like me still trying to process 2020, and then it's Captain America running up behind Sam, and it's like 2022 coming. Like, I feel that. Anyways,
I don't get that reference at all, but you seem to like it, so
all right,
I'll ride with it.
Have you seen Captain America?
No. Seahawks went 12-4 and won the division. The Rams finished 10-6. I have not seen Captain America. If you can insert most of those movies, and the answer would be no.
Wow, that's not shocking, but a little bit of a surprise. We should change that. I think you would enjoy the Marvel movies. But as far as the Rams go specifically, they went to that Super Bowl. They got shut down by the Patriots. And then the next year, like you said, got off to that really slow start, but came on strong at the end. And then last year they were 10-6. They were pretty good. They lose to the Niners twice. They lost to Nick Mullins once.
Wow.
But the issue with them was Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
Like their quarterbacking was their problem. And now you insert Matthew Stafford into that equation and you feel a lot better about the Rams. Again, it's a question mark because Stafford never had a ton of success with the Lions, but the stats were always there. And I think that a lot of his issues were Lions related and just coaching related. And now he's in a way better infrastructure and a better organization. I think he's really going to thrive and make the Rams really dangerous.
And he doesn't have to bite any kneecaps along the way. So I'm excited for Matt Stafford in that sense. Great work as always, my friend. Kyle Madsen and his internet connection are coming back tomorrow. We'll get you ready for preseason week number 2. And I mean, there's preseason football tonight. And I really do think it is compelling. I think it's interesting. It's the Patriots and the Eagles. It's Jalen Hurts. It's Mac Jones. And it's Cam Newton. There are going to be some storylines coming out of that game. Tomorrow, we'll touch on all of those. We'll get you ready for the 49ers and the Chargers as well. And we sure hope that you'll check in with us on the Odyssey app on 1320 a.m. If you're following us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320, make sure you hit the thumbs up before you leave. And if you're not following us yet there, go hit the follow button on Twitch. Go hit the subscribe button on YouTube. And make sure that you are back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's a wrap.
I will not be asking Damien any Star Wars trivia. That video of you and Kenny trying to figure out who R2-D2 and C-3PO were was the most distressing thing I've ever seen from this show.
And
see.
I already forgot. R2-D2 is the little one. CP3O is the
C-3PO.
Yeah. Right?
CP3O is Chris Paul.
It's Candace Parker. It's Candace
there
Parker.
You go.
Yeah, no, that ain't
C-3PO is the gold one.
Right.
Don't let Heather know any of this, by the way, because then you're not going to be allowed at the wedding.
Okay. I won't.
There are Star Wars elements to the wedding.
Oh, good. Oh,
yeah.
I'm glad you told me. I'll work that in somehow. That's good. That's good to know. That's good. I know she's
Please
a big.
Don't. She has an R2-D2 tattoo, dude.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah.
I know she's a big. You're both big Disney people.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that. I don't think she never saw the video, did she?
No,
Oh.
I hid that far away.
You deleted it from the internet?
Yeah, I hid it long ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Now I get
That's
that
a Star Wars reference.
I get that reference. Yeah, I get that. That's good. All right.
I'm making my way through Clone Wars, the TV show right now, and then I'll get to Rebels.
Okay.
I have not watched Bad Batch yet.
Okay. Well, get on that. Get on that for sure. Go Samuel L. Jackson. I wasn't sure. I was really confused when I think it was Murph sent me the screenshot that Samuel L. Jackson was in a Star Wars movie.
Mace Windu. He's sick. Purple lightsaber. Super dope.
Okay. Well, all coming up on tomorrow's show. Star Wars. I would probably do. I'm not against Star Wars. I've just never done it. I would probably do Marvel first. I tried to watch.
It's way more of an undertaking.
I tried to watch. What was it? Endgame or What was the last one?
Endgame.
I tried
You
to
tried
watch.
to start there.
Yeah. Well, I saw Black Panther, so I thought I could watch this. And yeah, I guess I just didn't. I guess I just didn't get it. Like there were there were things that happened in the movie where like you're watching it just as a viewer, and I was watching like, oh, I bet that was supposed to be a really big deal, and I just don't get what it means. Like, the way like the music hits and the camera cuts, it's like, oh, I don't know what just happened, but I bet it was a really big deal.
That would be like what you tried to do is like if you didn't watch any basketball games this season and you said, all right, I need to rewatch the whole season. I'll start at game 6 of the finals. Like that's basically what you try. And then I'm going to write a summary of the whole season based on this game.
Mm. Well,
that's basically what you tried to do.
I didn't try to write a summary though. I just tried to watch it. Like I thought I was just watching a movie. I thought Chadwick Boseman was in it, so I was going to watch it.
He was eventually.
And as much as I thought, I was like, this isn't what I expected at all. Not what I. And I know there's like multiple ways to watch these movies. Like chronological order isn't when they came out. Like chronological order is different. So
yeah, it's probably best to do them when they came out. Yeah, and honestly, on Disney Plus, if you go to the Marvel section, they're in order. It says Phase 1, and then they're in order. And that way, when you go to the new one, it just goes to the next one that came out. So you can just watch them all in a row. It's a pretty big undertaking, and now you've got shows to dive into as well. But I like it.
Okay. Yeah, again, I'm not against it. It's a lot to keep up with.
Yeah, for sure.
But I got till March, so I guess I can start. Like if I had to do one, which one would it be? Star Wars or Marvel?
I think Marvel is something you would probably like more.
Yes, but for the sake of
Star Wars,
for the
sake of the Star Wars, for sure.
Okay,
we're all up to date on Marvel and stuff too. We've not seen Black Widow yet, but we're all up to date on Marvel and stuff too. But Star Wars is the one that's going to be involved in the ceremony.
Okay,
and the wedding.
Are they different?
I'll text you on the side on what.
Are the ceremony and the wedding
reception,
different?
The reception.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I've never done a wedding before, so
it's fine. It's all right.
I will let you know. I'll hit you with the order that you got to watch them. You don't have to do all the TV shows and stuff. That's a lot, but it's what is it? 9 movies now? I think you got that.
Again, I got till March. I'm going on vacation next week. I got time. We'll fit them in. We'll make it work.
Okay.
I'll watch it. That's your wedding gift, by the way.
Oh, excellent. Great. Great.
All right, man. Let me know when you hear from your co-host. And
we're going to legitimately, I'm going to hang this up and then go into our Zoom and we're going to do a pod.
Okay, cool. All right.
Content machine, baby.
Have a good podcast.
All right, buddy.
All right, man. What's up? Thanks, man. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out as always. And I think you skyrocketed us well past. Oh yeah, we're at 117 and even a thumbs down in there. So that's good too. Appreciate y'all taking care of that. It is a big deal for sure. I see you, Kyron. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Kyle and Heather's wedding, man. That'll be good stuff. Thanks for hanging out today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for having so much fun in the chat. That's good stuff. And let's come back tomorrow. I don't know how much Kings I could work into the show tomorrow. That was one of my biggest fears is I worked really hard on that first. Like Jesse kind of had that idea about De'Aaron, and I thought, okay, how can I really turn this into something? Should I work like legit like 4 hours on that, like that idea of De'Aaron and all of the, guards in the league. I don't know that I got anything on the Kings tomorrow. I'll try. Like I'll try to figure out something. But either way, Kings or not, I'll be on here at noon. So I hope you guys will be back tomorrow. Thanks as always. We'll see you.